Hey, what's up everybody? It's Lids, and we're back for some more of the First Descendant, and last time we did a ton of grinding, and had somewhat mixed results with that. We did, however, manage to finish Bunny's personal quest, which concluded with a little birthday festivities for her, which was kind of fitting because, well, it's a little preemptive, but today is my birthday, so we'll look to hopefully finish at least the base game today. I know there's a hard mode, which I think is functionally just the same quests, but higher level and better rewards. But that's the goal for today. There are a few other things we'll be looking to do if we can squeeze those things in. One of which is that if we were to switch our characters, we'd also deliberately saved Valby, who was one of / my favorite character to play during the beta, and we've not yet used her after full release, so looking to maybe not take her in the the final section of the game, because obviously we're going to need to level her up a little bit, but maybe we'll start off with that and we'll see how things are going there. So let's jump in. And yeah, so Bunny's quest finished with a little birthday celebration, which at the time, a couple days ago when we were doing it, was like, oh, should we wait for this part? That seems to perhaps tie in quite well with what we'll be looking to do in a few days, and now we went for it. It is a little bit of an early birthday present, I suppose, in that way, getting the teddy bear. The prized teddy bear. Well, let's take a quick look at the research, because I do believe we still have a few other things, some notable things at that, to cash in here. So Valby was, of course, one of them, and I was kind of thinking we were going to wait to cash her in until today to more ceremoniously introduce ourselves to that character, but we had to make room for additional research because we have other important things like Blair being ready. Now, I don't really think we're going to end up playing him today. I mean, there's a chance, but he will be our first fire character, so that is big. Make no mistake, and we were successful grinding out the last piece to get him last time, so that was maybe the biggest thing, well, outside of Bunny's side quest, that we achieved. So he is now acquired, and then several of the ultimate weapons. So this was just a little crafting thing that I picked up in the meantime, because I figured, we're starting to get some of our weapons that we might be looking to fine-tune for near end game. But Thunder Cage, I think I did a little bit of grinding for this off stream, but in doing so, I believe this is the last one we need to fully upgrade the unique ability for it. So that could be a big deal. So there's that. But then there's also Smithereens, which we got the last piece for last time. We've not yet used this, so not sure what it's all about, but certainly intrigued. And we actually have several unique weapons that we've not even tried at this point, even if we've looked at their unique ability. So we'll perhaps check that one out. And then Divine Punishment. I think we got the components for this either at the very end of the previous stream, or I might have needed one more that I got in between streams, but this is the weapon that we need to craft for the side quest that is all about making various upgrades to your characters and weapons. So with this done, that might open up some additional quests along those lines, which tend to give you all those resources for free. So that could prove to be quite helpful as well. This was a bottleneck for a while. I'm surprised that they chose to have this be a relatively early part of that quest, because I think it required getting a drop from the Swamp Walker, which is of course a relatively late boss. And then, we could afford another Smithereens, which, I mean, I guess we can upgrade the ability for it, so why not? And we now have room on our research queue to do that. Otherwise, we have several other components for unique weapons. I think for the most part, these are ones that we already have, components specifically that we already have. Maybe with the exception of this Divine Punishment. Let's do a quick check here. Divine Punishment, we have a bunch of the nanotube, but that's it. And so don't really need that, but Yeah, that's the one. That's the one we were looking at. Okay, fair enough. All right, so that's a lot of stuff that we just picked up. And perhaps, while we're in town here, we might as well do some of those aforementioned upgrades. In fact, if we do the Enhanced Unique ability, we currently have the Thunder Cage equipped, so we can do this right now if we'd like. And that should be the last upgrade. So at this point, that means no reload time penalty at all. 100% chance to trigger the explosion. And the radius is now 5 meters, still same amount of damage with that explosion. Don't think that's ever changed. I haven't taken notice of whether the cost has gone up with each subsequent upgrade here, because that is typically the case for other types of improvements, but that may be the price no matter what. I'm not sure. Alright, but Overcharge is now maxed out, so that is pretty cool. And then, I mean, technically, there were some other things we were experimenting with a little bit before, with changing the other random mods down below, but since we just picked up these two guys for the first time, let's take a look while we're here at what their deal is. I'm not sure if we can do it on that page, though. Might have to go to the actual inventory. Let's see. So, Divine Punishment is an assault rifle. So it should be a general round weapon, and one we could have be our primary weapon. What's up, Big Country? How's it going? Been playing it constantly since you restarted on PS5, and now you're loving it. Maxed out Bunny, got Ajax to 32, unlocked Freyna, being researched right now. Nice, nice. Glad you're enjoying it. So let's see what the deal is with this guy. So it's a firearm the Magisters reverse engineered from a weapon they procured from the Order of Truth. Its arcane power, not yet fully understood even by the Magisters, can help tremendously in battle. Okay, so what is the unique ability? Granting a buff to allies, excluding yourself, will grant the unique effect Meditation to yourself. Recovering an ally's HP, shield, MP, custom resources, excluding yourself, will grant praise to yourself. Inflicting a debuff on an enemy will grant the unique effect Glory on yourself. Okay, there's a lot of do this to this person, but not this person to activate this against that person, and it gets a little confusing how all that stuff procs, but let's see if the numbers make it a little bit easier to understand. So usually there's a penalty of some variety for the unique weapons, and as we upgrade this unique ability, we can mitigate that. So it's hip fire accuracy and aim shot accuracy, so accuracy in general. The Meditation has a 15-second duration. That's a long time. Maximum of 3 stacks for a 5% defense bonus per stack. Okay. And that is the one. Basically, we give ourselves a defensive buff when we buff our allies, I think is what that means. And then when we debuff enemies, we get a skill cooldown improvement up to 4%, which is very small, but it's not tiny, although it sounds like a tiny percentage if you consider that at least ultimate skills usually have about a 60-second cooldown. That is something. And then presumably, of course, if we level this up, the unique ability, then those numbers will get stronger. So feels like it's maybe not as dramatic as some of the other ones that we've seen, like with the Thunder Cage, at least not until we upgrade it further. And I do like how the approach of it, the structure of the unique ability is quite different, because it felt like with basically all of the other unique weapons, it was just a matter of you're gonna deal some amount of additional damage, it's gonna proc some percentage of the time. Maybe it's damage over time, maybe it's on upfront damage, maybe it's single target, maybe it's an AoE, but for the most part, it's just an additional way to get damage. So I do like how this is a little bit different, going more with the indirect buffs, debuffs, what have you, rather than just pure damage. But let's check Smithereens, which is the other one that we picked up, and I was assuming, yeah, just based on the appearance, that this was going to be a shotgun, and it is. Fearlessness is the name of the unique ability. Let's see what that's all about. So Smithereens, this weapon was named so because even the colossi and Vulgis are said to have been smashed to smithereens by the gun's owner. closer it is to its target, the more powerful it is. I mean, that is generally the case with shotguns, but is there something unique about this ability that makes that even more so the case? So on hitting the enemy with all fired bullets, and this is a shotgun, so that's not necessarily a given, increases the crit hit rate and crit hit damage of the attack. Upon landing a crit hit on an enemy, grants the firearm's unique ability, Amplification. Okay, so we have a slower fire rate and slower aim recovery speed, which I think means, as you continue to shoot, you get more bullet spread. And if you wait a little bit, then the bullet spread goes back down to normal. So the rate at which it goes back down to normal is slower, or at least that's how I'm choosing to interpret that. So on landing all bullets, we get a 100% crit hit rate and 5% crit damage. Obviously, that crit rate is fantastic. The crit damage is not that dramatic, but I would assume with further upgrades this would get higher. And then the amplification is when we crit an enemy, we get +2 shell capacity. Remind me, does that mean bullets per shell, or does that mean total shells before you have to reload? I'm not entirely sure. But that means one way or another, we're going to be able to fire more. And phrasing-wise, this is a little bit interesting if you want to get technical with it. Although the hitting all the bullets gives us a 100% guaranteed crit, the amplification, and that gives us a way to proc the amplification. The amplification does not say that it must be a crit that comes from that specific effect. It would seem as though any old crit, regardless of the cause of the crit, will make that happen. So if we just have high base crit chance from, say, applying some modules or having some random stats that give us extra crit chance, then it would seem like amplification should become pretty easy to sustain. It's kind of hard to tell at this stage just how dramatic, how beneficial that amplification will be. But if you look at it, look at it from this standpoint. Go here for a second. One of the most expensive modules for shotguns is Shell Up. Gives plus 33% shell capacity, which in this case I think means the number of pellets per shell. So I take that to mean that the amplification gives you more total shells before you have to reload. So it's kind of an indirect damage boost. It's a little hard to conceptualize what that translates to from a damage per second standpoint, but it is an interesting idea, and it is, once again, a little bit different relative to the other unique weapons. It does translate a little more directly to damage, but not bad. Okay, and we are technically researching another one of these so we can upgrade it later on. So we could, if we wanted to, use one of our level 82 weapons we have in storage, which I have stockpiled a little bit from various Swamp Walker fights, and use those to transfer the level onto one of those, or both of those, unique weapons that we just picked up, if we'd like. So I don't think it's that expensive, the crafting resource we have to use for it. We can double check. I think it costs the resources you get from just dismantling weapons, which is not a huge deal, and the price might be a little bit more significant in terms of just pure gold, but we go you, which we're trying to get up. Okay, so we only have 2 of these guys left. This might be the one that I was just researching earlier, which is a good thing that we did take it in that case. Okay, so sacrifice that other weapon in order to get Divine Punishment up to 82, and then if we go Smithereens, let's sacrifice not the Divine Punishment, don't do that, sacrifice you. Now Smithereens should be much stronger as well. So, technically, if we wanted to, I don't know where we stand in terms of the weapon readjustments. That's another thing we could do to make these stronger still. I'm leaning a little bit more toward optimizing Smithereens because this is the high power rounds category, which is a little bit easier to just throw on and do whatever you want with it, whereas the general rounds tends to be your primary weapon, and technically there is a weekly challenge for getting kills with the Thunder Cage, which is currently our general round weapon, so I'm kind of trying not to replace that, at least not in the immediate future. I do like the firearm attack, however, remember that even if we lock this in place, sure, it'll remain firearm attack, but it will remain 1.9%. So I think we're just re-rolling all these, because these are all just based on the level 1 range of values, which are all bad. And the more of these you lock, the more expensive it becomes. So we might as well just re-roll everything, keep the cost low, and see what we end up with. And I think I hate all of it, to be blunt. I don't like the damage bonus against insert enemy type here, unless maybe in some cases if it's colossi, that might be worth doing. I mean, the hip fire accuracy, oh, well, it's not accuracy overall, it's exclusively when you don't zoom or scope in, whatever you want to call it, with a shotgun. So that's not a huge deal, usually, except for the whole technically improve the accuracy, and this does make it easier to proc the unique ability on this weapon. The weak point damage is maybe the highlight here, but that still feels like not something you're going to be making that much of a point of doing with a shotgun. So I think we try this one more time. Really like that. That's, I guess, fine. The recoil, eh. And then again, not a huge fan of this. I think we'll run with this, or, you know, we could lock that in if we really wanted to, and then just see what we get elsewhere. Because that's probably the biggest one that we got. This is good enough. You could potentially lock it in, but then becomes much more expensive. So let's try one more time, see what we get. Okay, we get crit hit damage. I think double crit would be ideal on this. In fact, if we do this, can we afford it? We could. I mean, ideally, we would get that roll even higher still. Alright, we'll try it. We're getting aggressive. We're getting aggressive. Bonus firearm attack. If you switched these two, that might be something I'd be okay with, but... Alright, I'm pretty sure we made our DPS go down. Granted, some of that DPS was coming from, like, weapon change speed, which I don't really understand why that has such a significant impact on the DPS value here, and as we've established before, the DPS value here is not the most accurate of things. So, well, it's something. It's better, certainly, than what it started off with. It's not like it's absolutely perfect by any means, but it's probably good enough to throw on and test it out. The DPS, at least as listed here, is lower than the DPS on our shotgun here, but we can also throw on modules. And, you know, do we want to throw on the shell up? Well, I think, let's see. Given what we know about this weapon, we would kind of like to have a little bit more accuracy. And it's not so much the crit rate as much as it's the crit damage that we really care about. Was that the bonus stat we got? I just remember it was one of the crits. So accuracy, I mean, this is cheap, fortunately. Oh, and it comes with 2 of these glyphs already, which is nice. That could potentially save us a lot of capacity cost. Okay, so we get a little bit more accuracy. That's maybe not going to be a primary thing, but the crit hit damage, for sure, something we're going to want. Base firearm attack. Okay. Oh, that's same category. Accuracy, accuracy. Fair enough. I suppose that makes sense. Okay, so leave it at that there. Then let's see what we can get for crit damage. I mean, technically, if you get the high crit rate, it seems like you can still proc that extra ability, and you don't need to rely on hitting every single shot. That seems like that is still possible. It wouldn't be the worst thing to get a little bit of base crit on here. Oh, and then we're just between these firearm criticals trying to figure out which one's best. I think it is still this. Then technically getting to weak point throw that on. Base attack. Firearm crit damage. I think we still, if given the choice between crit damage and crit rate, I think we still go crit damage, but in a vacuum, I think crit rate is still solid for us. I think we might look to upgrade this. Crit damage, fire rate, crit rate, fire rate, crit damage. Rounds per magazine, crit rate, rounds per magazine, crit damage. And these little discounts are definitely helping us out here. We might leave it as is for the moment and then upgrade one of our crit-oriented modules. We already have this, right? Yeah. Could do this. And at this point, we're taking up a whole lot of space. But we could do just a basic... It's ATK that it's listed as. So what's the name of the rifling reinforcement? Just basic damage upgrade. Okay, I mean, that is the perfect module capacity cost. Maybe we keep it at this. That means we have just a 5% increased crit rate, but decent bit of crit damage, along with several other bonuses here, including the base attack and the accuracy, which, given the other things that this weapon has, is not a terrible idea. So, okay. And it's a high power round weapon, so it's not like we're going to be using it all the time. But, okay. I'm going to think that stuff's just junk. Okay. So let's maybe stash our previous high power round weapon so we don't accidentally get rid of it, and I think we'll still stash the divine punishment since, again, we're kind of building around, or at least using the thunder cage still at this point, and we did just upgrade it, so it's not like there isn't good reason to use it. Okay, and now this is the guy who has given us the side quests for improving our stuffs. So since we got the divine punishment completed, this is hopefully going to allow us to get more free crafting materials from this robo dude. I think I heard once in, maybe not the most recent patch, it might have been, or the patch before that, that they slowed down the speed of this guy. I don't know why it took them so long to realize just how lightning fast his text is. But nonetheless, I'm still going to skip all of it. Okay, we got a module, Firing Fiesta, which I assume is a weapon module. Oh, that's not the best way to look at our modules, though. Firing Fiesta, which we, did not have. When reloading, rounds are not consumed for 3 seconds. You mean like after reloading? You have 3 seconds in which you don't use ammo? Because for some weapons that is significant, and actually the Thunder Cage, that would help on. Oh, we have it? Hold on. Hold on a second. Huzzah. Well, sure. Why not? We'll use it. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so that was a little bit of upgrading stuffs, just because we had a bunch of research that we had completed, and, you know, why not? Every once in a while, we'll cash in some of our other crafting resources in order to make our weapons a little bit stronger, especially when we're talking about unique weapons that start at level 1. But we are looking to use Valby, and we've not yet taken a look at what her deal is, so let's check what her skills are. So her first skill, Bubble Bullet, fires a bouncing bubble bullet. Where the bullet impacts, it creates a small puddle at the point of collision. Enemies who touch this puddle take continuous damage and are inflicted with laundry. Yes, some of the statuses in this game have very unusual names. That's certainly one of them. The bubble bullet explodes upon hitting an enemy or after bouncing a maximum number of times, dealing burst damage on nearby enemies. Burst damage increases with the number of times bubble bullet bounces. So technically speaking, rather than shooting it straight at an enemy, you would prefer to go a little bit longer range, have it bounce a few times, and then it strikes them. But that's the basic ability, and this is non-attribute, which means Valby is actually our first non-attribute character. So that is significant, at least for some of the Void Shard missions, and in some cases bosses as well. So then, here we have a plop plop, form a big puddle at a designated location, and then we emerge from the big puddle and inflict knockdown on nearby enemies. Enemies standing in the big puddle receive continuous damage and are inflicted with laundry. The skill's cooldown decreases proportionally to the number of enemies inflicted with the knockdown. So if you hit a bunch of people, your cooldown improves. Also, what is laundry? It has a very long duration, 20-ish seconds, and then it debuffs them. Electric resist decrease, and non-attribute resist decrease. So since we're doing non-attribute damage, it debuffs the enemies for us, and if there are teammates of ours who are doing electric damage, or if we're doing electric damage from our weapon or something like that, then it can help us there as well. Is it the same stats here? Always electric non-attribute? Okay, gotcha. So then we have cleanup, which is a different type of ability. Oh, hold on. Different type of ability here, because it activates our liquefied state, and while liquefied, we do not collide with enemies. We create a waterway on the ground. Enemies standing in the waterway take continuous damage and are inflicted with, once again, that debuff laundry. In the liquefied state, we cannot jump or use skills. So basically, it gives us a, what is the duration? A 5-ish second duration in which we move faster, we take 50% less damage, we create a puddle on the ground that deals damage to enemies and debuff them. But we can't use any skills. So it's like a brief little mobility maneuver that has some damage along with it. And when you combine some of this stuff, we'll talk in a bit about how that sort of starts to piece together, what type of role Valby fits and what have you. Okay, so then this is our ultimate ability here. Laundry Bomb. Again with the laundry. The Thunder Cage does electric damage on explosions. Exactly. So it does work well with Thunder Cage for that reason. So in this case, we equip a unique weapon. It will be unequipped when the duration ends or all the bullets have been used. The projectile impact of the unique weapon creates a laundry bomb, dealing continuous damage and inflicting toad on nearby enemies with laundry. Continuous damage increases based on the number of enemies with laundry. So that's a lot of stuff going on there. So it's a unique weapon, as we've seen for some other people with their ultimate abilities. It can fire 3 times or last for 20 seconds, whichever happens first. The laundry bomb deals a actually somewhat small percentage of our skill power, but it deals damage every half second over the course of 3-ish seconds, so damage over time. It has a pretty big radius, and it will suck in neighboring enemies like a magnet into that little bubble that you're seeing there. And that AoE can actually get pretty huge. And let's see, the damage goes up the more enemies you have. There is technically a damage cap on that stuff though. And once again, gives the debuff to the enemies. So, basically, oh, and then we have the passive, which, throw this out here as well. Let's see, so water intake, when using skills while not on water, MP cost decreases. Wait, when using skills on water, MP cost decreases. Puddles created by skills are also considered to be water. So technically speaking, if we are standing in the water, like in an area that already has water on it, or if we create water from basically any of our abilities at all, then we have reduced mana cost. Which is a nice little convenient thing for sustaining our skills. But in terms of what this all adds up to, big picture, can kind of look at Valby as a little bit of a middle ground between, I would say, a bunny and a Freyna. in that we have several skills that deal damage over time in an area, because, you know, we create these puddles on the ground that deal damage when the enemies walk into them. But we do still have the extra mobility from this ability, unlike Freyna, and this ability allows us to also maneuver it in a different type of way. You know, it's a one-time thing, but it's kind of like a jump over to the enemies, a charge into them, and since you're knocking them down, hopefully, you know, it's still relatively safe. But for that reason, I had a lot of fun playing Valby, especially in the resource defense missions. It's hard to say that she is better than Bunny at doing that, because Bunny is just so ridiculously good at doing those types of large group of enemies, large area, not a ton of bosses, so relatively low health that you're going up against. Bunny is just amazing at dealing with those types of scenarios. Valby is maybe not quite as good at that, but is still pretty solid at it. And so, you know, it's a little hard to say how much of it was me liking Valby because she did the thing that I like to do well and was just not the overplayed Bunny, and how much of it was truly just, hey, you know, in a vacuum, regardless of Bunny, she's just a fun character to play. You know, it's basically, was it just a hipster, oh, I'm so cool because I'm not using Bunny choice, or was it, you know, actually some merit behind that opinion? I don't know. We'll see. It's been a while, of course, because I haven't played her since the full release. So, let's get out there, and we might even start with one of those resource defense missions, since she is level 1, and we could certainly use a little bit more XP. So, let's see. I think Echo Swamp is still the highest level version of the resource defense that we have. I mean, we could do, if we wanted to get a little bit more ambitious, one of the Void experiment missions, which in this case would allow us to go to a higher level in the Hagios region, but I don't think this is as good for XP. It's a little bit quicker, but I still think the XP per minute is not quite as good. So I think we'll probably keep it simple, go Echo Swamp, and we'll see how we do in the type of mission that I liked using Valby in before. And then we'll see where we stand. I mean, we know doing one of these is not going to be enough for us to get anywhere near max level. Should get to around 12, depending on if we stop at the first possible checkpoint or if we keep on going. And that's not really enough to go into the final zone, I wouldn't think. So, you know, if we do it twice, maybe we're still not going to be max level, but maybe we're strong enough at that point that we feel okay. Oh, also, I forgot to apply any modules. So that's kind of gonna be a problem. All right, so we're just gonna get by on this first one. That may have been an important thing to do. Yeah, just quickly throw on, like, just throw on some defense, throw on some HP, throw on some shields, and some crit rate, except we can't fit that in. Alright, we're just gonna save that, and then anything with this symbol, sure, okay, there we go, we have modules. At least, are they optimized? No. They are. I tried to just throw on some defensive stuff so we're less of a liability from that standpoint, but we do have, theoretically, decent offense here because we have a fairly powerful weapon, and our reactor is, of course, at pretty high level as well, relative to the zone that we're in right now. It's the being level 1, giving us very little health and shields part is our most immediate concern. Hoping we can just get a few quick levels from this. You can see top right corner how much experience we have on our current level. We are close to reaching the next one. Thunder Cage now has a guaranteed chance of setting off the explosion, which is nice. Which is very nice, as it turns out. And previously, at least initially, one of the main weaknesses of the Thunder Cage was that long reload time. It has a relatively small amount of ammo in the clip. So you can't fire for very long until you need to reload, and initially it has something like a what is it, a 30%, maybe 40% reload time penalty. But now, after fully upgrading it, that penalty is completely gone. So it doesn't feel especially painful to reload. That is nice. I mean, initially, you could make a very reasonable case for prioritizing improving the reload time with modules. Now that does not feel like as big of a concern. Hello. Goodbye. Thank you, Thunder Cage. So remember, when we're level 1, we actually don't even have all of our abilities unlocked yet. And the abilities that we do have unlocked are a little bit weaker. So I'm not going to be spamming the abilities all that much at the moment. It's 20%. Yeah, and then they give you a Thunder Cage pretty much immediately to demonstrate how to upgrade. Yeah, so it's not quite as bad, but it's just long enough that it is noticeable and it does feel a little bit painful. Usually, reload speed, at least for me, is not a stat that I pay much mind to. I mean, I'm pretty sure I was more or less saying outright earlier. You might have had it, or something along those lines with weapon change speed. Those types of stats, you just look at them and you say, well, I don't really need to worry about that, do I? We don't anymore. And also, you know, at the same time, if you had more rounds per magazine, then, you know, that would make more sense as well, because you wouldn't be reloading as often. Oh, hold up, you're supposed to be alive. We're supposed to be the one that's having trouble staying alive here. And we have we actually have a very low level team, now realizing. Our highest level person is the one that we just revived, who is level 23. But of course, the level is a little bit deceptive. Because, you know, we're listed as level 1, of course, but our weapon is level 82, and our reactor is level 82. It's not quite the same. We do have all of our abilities now, for what it's worth. Granted, our modules are not well designed for our abilities. They are pretty much just designed for defense, just so we can live through this first round of resource defense. And if we do another one after this, then maybe we'll prioritize more around being more of an offensive presence. It's basically, you know, although Bunny is, as we were saying before, usually your carry for these types of missions, Valby can either be a carry if you don't have a Bunny, or a good backup in case something happens with Bunny. Bunny goes down or runs out of mana and, you know, can't use her electric pulse ability for whatever reason, or is stuck on a different side of the map, and so you need someone else. Eventually. But one of the things I did like about Valby in particular, I remember, was if you upgrade the AoE of her abilities, she benefits tremendously from that. It was something we were messing around with a lot with Sharon on her sword strike, her basic ability, and it was kind of cool turning what was supposed to be a bit of a melee-like attack into a much larger AoE, but you still needed to be pretty close to the enemies for that to work. Whereas with Valby, I mean, we can double check once we're done with this mission what the base AoE is of her starting ability, but I recall, at least going back to the Kingston, the first resource defense zone, using Valby for that. And on the right side, where you have the little building where a lot of the enemies spawn in, little corridor there. You can use her initial power and basically cover that entire area and have enough damage to wipe out all the enemies, and since it stays on the ground for several seconds, you basically just control a spawn altogether by doing that in a way that Bunny can't quite do. It's more like a Freyna playstyle in that case. Because Bunny, you have to be running around, you have to physically be in the place where the enemies are to get rid of them, at least with, you know, her primary combo. Oh, and actually, for what it's worth, speaking of Bunny, in between streams, I did do the Void Experiment mission in the Hagios area, and did actually get all the way to the final wave.
They're not hesitating.
And succeeded at that, which, you know, was not really the plan, but as is often the case with those ones, the first few waves go really quickly. Okay, so like this is an example where if we were a little bit stronger, we could say, all right, no worries. We have a bunch of people who are down. We're gonna clean up shop ourselves, and then... Oh, that's the wrong ability, though. I was gonna go over there to pick you up. This one. So it reduces the amount of damage that we take, makes us a little bit faster, makes it so we can go straight through enemies. So it does basically, again, tie well into making Valby be basically the secondary carry, the backup carry. If Bunny goes down, you use that to quickly get Bunny back up. Or, if you don't have a Bunny, once we actually start using our damaging abilities, we can start going with a little bit more of the Freyna approach. Lock down areas with our damage over time. Someone did just leave. It was our Ajax. Which is a little unfortunate. Now we are down to just 3. And I know maybe we weren't being as disciplined as we could have been. We had a few people go down, and we did have the device take a little bit of damage, but that was correctable. Largely down to just the sloppy execution. He says as he misses most of his shots. One moment. Drop the enemies back is another way you can theoretically make it easier to get revives.
All right, Descendant. Looks like you're still holding strong. Enemy reinforcements spotted.
By incapacitating the enemies in and around the person you're trying to get back up. Impressive. Oh. Okay, now it is starting to get a little tricky, though.
Incoming impact detected.
Okay. If you say so. Oh, you are closer than I thought you were. That's the ultimate. Which, you know, one of those was well aimed. That was also not the best aim. One second. The wave is cleared. Okay. So, you know, some of this is probably coming from us being lower level characters and going down in situations where higher level characters would not have. Also, of course, having that other guy abandon us was not helpful. That's not good. Oh, they're both down. Okay, no, that was the wrong move. Did I get them up? I don't think that I did. This seems like an ultimate situation. One moment. Yeah. Okay. It was pretty clear things were headed in that direction. We did still actually get almost the amount of levels that we anticipated we might get there, but it was not exactly ideal circumstances. I think we'll actually... Let's go back to... Oh, okay, we'll revive you. Sure. Let's go back to Albion rather than just go straight to restarting this mission, because then we can take a little bit of time to actually put on modules that make sense. And starting as a level 11 is certainly going to make things easier than starting as a level 1. Even if we still are going to be underleveled for that zone. Okay, so, if we look here. Let's see. We did throw on almost entirely defensive stuff, and there is certainly a case to be made for having that be the priority for early stages, low-level play. Maybe we're not looking to change too much here. This is kind of a nice mixture of offense and defense with the extra AoE and the shield, because that's one of the things is we have some decent crowd control, being able to knock those enemies back when we do our charge, if you want to call it that. But having that be a larger AoE and our ultimate having that be a larger AoE certainly starts to make that a much bigger factor. So that would be useful. Actually, what is our cooldown looking like with the fully maxed out nimble fingers? 7.4 seconds on our basic attack. The charge, 18.5. 16.5 for the movement, and then the ultimate is only 22. Well, that's pretty quick. Many of the ultimates are more along the lines of 60 seconds. So that maybe could mean we could skip the nimble fingers, at least for now, and find something that is more useful for this specific encounter. Let's see. We go this type of module. I mean, nimble fingers is our most highly upgraded one. Do skill cost, I don't think that's a huge deal for us. We are a non-attribute character, so in terms of combination of damage and cooldown, this probably would be the best option for us. Generic skill power. What are we doing in terms of dimension and fusion and singular? Fusion, dimension, fusion. We are a mixture, and it'd be great if just our movement skill was a different type, and then you could say, all right, don't prioritize that, prioritize the other stuff. But the fact that our charge is a different type from our ultimate and from our basic is not great. That's a little bit unfortunate there. Let's see. When attacking enemies with the fourth skill, namely our ultimate skill, skill cost is lower, skill power is lower for 10 seconds. That doesn't feel worth doing. This is one that we really like for Bunny that we've not yet upgraded. Could we upgrade it for you? We could. I mean, it's still not going to be that meaningful, though, relative to some of the alternatives. I would imagine. Probably prefer just to go for very highly leveled nimble fingers in that case. So you know what? Maybe we do keep it the same. Maybe we do. A little bit of module capacity to spare, but I think it was just a series of unfortunate circumstances where we had an entire team of lower level people. What's up, Anor? How's it going? And somebody who left pretty early. Where do you farm so many Kuiper shards? All the farms you see are for hard mode. So a lot of it actually can come from selling modules, because even basic modules you can get in pretty high quantities, and if you dismantle those, that starts to add up very quickly. But I think typically, since these missions we're about to do, the one we just did and we're about to do again, does not give you any modules or Kuiper shards. Typically, I think where I get the most is from the end area dungeons, obviously the higher level you're going in, the more Kuiper shards per enemy you're going to average. They do just drop more in higher level zones, but you're going to get, typically, I'm pretty sure, some modules that have, at least in this case, 25% chance to drop for a few of those, and those are higher rarity ones. They have more, they give you more Kuiper shards when you sell them, but basically just completing a bunch of even basic missions sometimes, the end quest rewards, 50% chance to get a module there, and several other modules with lower percentage chances. So if you're doing ones that have a quick turnaround time, like if you find ones 5 minutes or less, in this case, has a module with a 50% drop chance, 25% drop chance, big one with a 4% drop chance, enemies themselves are going to drop a fair number, and then I'm usually going pretty aggressively when it comes to getting module drop rate and Kuiper shard drop rate and other grinding related things on equipment. I mean, this is honestly a little bit lower than it probably is in many other cases, because I've been going a little bit more in the resistance direction as of late. And we also could switch reactors to find one that's better suited for Valby. This is more electrically oriented, but we'll stick with it for now. I mean, it actually would be a pretty significant difference at that. You know what? Storage is actually right over here. Let's take a quick check. Looking at reactors, looking for something that is non-attribute, because that's the category we have here. Crit rate and an additional 7% damage for non-attribute, so that's solid. Here, non-attribute damage boost, singular skill boost. I don't remember what we had that was singular. We actually, since we do not have the last dagger equipped, if we were to get one of these where we do have the bonus weapon, even if it's just a rare rarity, that would probably be better. Duration, 10% bonus. We don't have a handgun equipped. Shotgun, we do have that equipped. Okay, I'm pretty sure that means this is actually the best one for us. Or this, which also has crit rate, but is a lower level, so the base damage is a little bit lower. And sniper rifle, no thank you. Okay, so let's throw this one on, which at least for Valby should be pretty significant improvement. Let's see. Yeah, it's and by pretty significant improvement, I mean it is quite literally doubling our damage. So yeah, let's, at least for our ultimate and for our basic skill. For what you can see, the first ability is mostly just to get water on the ground since it's so cheap. Yeah, I mean, basically, and the cooldown is so quick, you can spam it pretty regularly. Oh, and thank you, Nord. Thank you. Yeah, so you can spam the water and spam that, even for damage. It's not bad once you start leveling it, or adding modules to improve it, both in terms of AoE and damage potential. At least for the early waves of these types of missions that we're doing here. As you start to get later on, then of course, you want to have a little bit more targeted, single target damage type skills that can really load up on bosses. But yeah, and then you get Laundry, which is the debuff on the enemies more easily. And then use Thunder Cage, or use the ultimate to set up Thunder Cage, or other people's abilities as well. So we can be a pretty solid support character with all those debuffs. Okay, so theoretically, we just got way stronger with our skills. Just throw that back into storage. So that should be useful. Sure, I guess we'll pick up this person's scraps. Okay. Should have better success this time, now that we have better damage and better health as well. Okay, we have at least a couple people who are max level, one of which is a bunny, so that is encouraging. So that can be, in all likelihood, our dedicated carry. And maybe we're getting strong enough now that we can kind of fill in as a secondary carry, backup carry when needed. Slash the person who goes in the other areas wherever Bunny is not actively covering. This is the first place where the enemies spawn.
I thought the enemy movements looked suspicious.
So we have not increased the
It
AoE.
seems they were preparing a surprise attack. As the
This is
zone's
not going to be
defense
huge,
line
but
has
we
been
do that,
breached, the
and it bounces
situation is
around.
critical.
So it is
I'm
something.
assuming command.
We do this. Oh, granted, all the enemies are dead, so maybe that wasn't necessary. But yeah, we can like do this, get the water around, and it's kind of small blotches at this point. So at some point, we absolutely will want at least some AoE. Now, will we go to the crazy extents we were going to with Sharon, where we were over 100% increased AoE? Maybe, because it is fun that way, but maybe not. Right now, we have a bunch of defensive stuff on, which is probably necessary for the time being, while we are still a low level and don't have a lot of health and shields to work with. But eventually, we'll probably transition a little bit more into offensive stuff.
We have more enemies coming at us.
And since we have at least one teammate who's doing electric damage, we are debuffing, at least when enemies step into our water effects. Also, we have good voice lines. So if you can get it in places like that, like these little corridors, you can basically cover the entire area. The more AoE you have, the easier it is to do that, and the more places you can do it in. You know, increased duration as well, and it goes up higher. Or and it becomes more possible to do that. I did not catch what that daily was for. I think there was one for defeating enemies with basic or general round weapons, so I'm guessing it was probably that. And we did spend some crafting resources, but also some gold. Why are people leaving our missions mid-run so often now? That is something that maybe very occasionally happened to me in the beta, but I don't think it had ever happened to me post full release until today, and it's happened to us twice in a row now. It was one of our level 40 people, so that is unfortunate. We do still have the bunny, who one would assume is the most important member of the team right now, but the fact that our teammates keep bailing on us is kind of annoying. If you didn't want to do this, then you shouldn't have joined the mission in the first place.
I'm sorry, Descendant. No time to catch your
And
breath.
if you only
We
care
have more
about
enemies coming at us.
maxing out and going the maximum distance every possible wave in this mission, then, you know, maybe doing it in a public lobby was not the right way to do that. Or maybe abandoning the group midway through was not the right time to do it. Maybe, you know, wait until one of the first checkpoints, and then you can leave at the same time everyone else leaves, instead of now making everything more difficult for us because you have commitment issues. Sorry to really rag on that guy, but it's like, you're letting down the team, man. It's kind of a jerk move. And although we do have some people who are lower level, us included, I mean, as you can see, our Thunder Cage at the very least is still very capable, taking out a lot of enemies. This is not where the first wave of enemies are going to spawn. They always spawn on that side. noticing a distinct lack of bunny running around. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say. It's Bunny's thing. Bunny is not doing it. Are we actually in full-blown sprint mode? There we are.
Descendant, no time to catch your breath. We have more enemies coming at us.
Oh, hello. Did not see you there. Also, that was an explosive container that we were standing right next to, right when we set off the thunder cage. Skill-oriented stuff. Oh, hello. I don't remember if the increased range is technically the phrasing of it on modules. If that not only increases the area of effect of our... I mean, it obviously increases the area of effect of all our abilities, but I don't remember if it... Really? I don't remember if it also increases how far this can go, or how far we can target enemies. So we do have the bunny, who again is by some accounts the most important teammate for us to have. But the fact that 2 people have abandoned us mid-run is legitimately very frustrating. You are wasting our time because you committed to something that you were not ready to actually commit to. Now we are suffering from that. It's us who now have the extra challenge of completing this with half a party while you are off doing whatever you want to do. And that doesn't sit well.
Multiple enemy signals detected. An unexpectedly large force is advancing as the vanguard.
Now, it's of course getting significantly more difficult. Half a party. Oh, that's not the skill I meant to use. Oops. Knock back all the people I was trying to knock back. But the thing is, with a fully upgraded Thunder Cage, the Thunder Cage basically becomes a skill in and of itself with that explosion, because usually the weakness of weapons is that you can only target one enemy at a time, outside of a few the more unique round type weapons, like the launchers. But because Thunder Cage makes it possible for us to hit multiple people like that, it covers for what would usually be weapons weakness. Still need that to be a little bit bigger for it to have the effect we're looking for.
Are you all right, Descendant? Looks like you're still holding strong. Enemy reinforcements spotted.
We're holding
Prepare for
on.
attack.
of course, ideally would be able to at least get to that first checkpoint, and by no means am I expecting this person to go any further than that. I actually did do another one of these with Bunny off stream, and several at that, and I think got fairly far. I don't think we did the maximum number of waves. We might have stopped the second to last part. Ow. Really go where I wanted that to go. Oh, those little lights were pieces of gold. They were not. This is where, like, this type of stuff. So ideally, especially if you know when the enemies are going to spawn where, you can predict and be ready to, use that charge attack and take out an entire spawn right as it shows up. Things like that. Which, to be fair, I didn't know where that group was going to spawn. To be there in time to be proactive about it. Oh, they are silver.
Are you all right, Descendant? Looks like you're still holding strong.
So usually you'd have someone who's kind of, again, the quote-unquote carry, typically it would be Bunny, running around near where the spawns are happening, trying to significantly reduce the number of enemies that make it through. And then you'd have at least one person hanging out near the reactor, like we currently are, and checking for things like this, enemies that do either make it through your first line of defense, or the ones that sneak around in an entirely different way altogether. That is very much not the direction I wanted that to happen. Oh, okay, sure. I technically misclicked a little bit and pressed numerous abilities at once. It wasn't really the one that I actually wanted. Oh, stop that. Stop that, please stop that. Thank you. Okay, so this is the last wave before we reach a checkpoint. So again, if our teammates had wanted to leave, they had it would have been totally reasonable if they had waited for this first checkpoint, but they could not have been bothered to do that. Which I find disrespectful to us as their teammates. They abandoned us. And don't know if they thought we weren't going to be able to make it. I mean, at this point, clearly we were able to at least make it to this wave with only 2 people. If we had had a full team, there was no question we could complete this wave, as whether we will still be able to see it through the rest of this minute. It's just the 2 of us. That remains to be seen, because this will be the hardest wave yet, of course.
An unexpectedly large force is advancing as the vanguard.
This is where having more people would be really helpful, so we could stop these people who are sneaking around the other way, because really would like to have people on both sides. Oh, here's the boss. Okay, mini boss. Or, well, really full-blown boss. Where is he? This is not a good place for us to do this, because I missed everything. So, that wasn't great. Should break this out, though. think that was much more effective that time. We are about to go down. But there you go. Wave done. We only needed 2 people, and yes, perfectly reasonable at this stage to leave. Only got the gold out of it, but we weren't really dead set on getting a amorphous material or a shape stabilizer. We were just going for the XP. Usually the timer would decrease once everyone has selected a certain option, but maybe that's only when you have a full party. Okay. So, still solid XP. Got up to 18. Maybe a little lower than we would have liked, just because, or at least for having finished 2 of these, because we didn't really finish 2 of these. We had one get cut short. Got the gold from over here, because we basically did not go here the entire mission. Okay, so I think we are probably still too low of a level to go into the end zone. Probably would be asking for trouble if we did that. And even if we did one more of those, we'd probably end up at level 24, 25, which is still not really enough, I don't think. So, all that is to say, we got a little bit of a taste for what it's like to play Valby in what is, at least when she is fully leveled, one of her best types of missions. Unfortunately, couldn't really get the team to go along with us, but we might shift over to a different character, one who we have leveled up, in order to see through the fortress area to the end here. Because in this case, we're looking at level 82, level 82 zones, which is not gonna be easy with Valby. I mean, if we have a group to go along with us, then maybe we'll be able to get by, but of course, we can't necessarily rely on that. So I think we probably do switch characters here. We do have Blair, which we just unlocked, but of course, he's also brand new and level 1, so no better from that standpoint. Maybe we do go Bunny. She is a glass cannon.
Are you?
So from that standpoint, we are still vulnerable, but we can certainly do a fair bit of clearing with her, and we did switch reactors, so we would stand to benefit. Go back to the one we were using on her. Increase crit rate and reduce skill cost, or yeah, I think we prefer to that at least. Duration up. I mean, it might be better still if we had a rare electric reactor with the weapon that we are actually using to get that bonus, because we are not using the last dagger right now. I think we have it in storage, so if we just threw it on, then, and didn't even use it, we still get that 60% bonus. That would actually be a pretty big difference maker, out of curiosity. Ooh. We do have the last dagger in here, do we not? It's level 1, of course, because we haven't used it, we haven't upgraded it. If we never use it, and it's just there to boost our reactor, then it actually doesn't matter what level it is. We just never fire it. But, you know, that's a little risky. It's a handgun, so it uses general rounds. Okay. For whatever that's worth. Sure. Technically speaking, it does give us a humongous damage boost for our skills. And we just never fire it, is the plan. We'll put this back in storage. Might technically have wanted to part it. Oh, is it this one or is it this one that we're using? No, it's pretty sure it's this one with the much higher DPS. So I want to make sure we keep the one that we actually like. Okay, so just double check our modules for Bunny. I can't remember if I did this on stream or not, but I did add one more of the glyphs for Bunny to give us more discounts on our module prices. It did reduce her down to level 1, but then, like I said, I did some of those resource defense missions with her, and even at a low level was still able to do much of the heavy lifting, because Bunny is pretty strong, especially when you spec her for ridiculous AoE and at least crit chance, but not really damage, not direct damage, although with a high level reactor, you can kind of make up for that a little bit. We do have some module capacity to spare, but maybe we'll, well, might want to get a little more defensive stuff. This has some shields. That's really our only defense right now. This was just a nice little... Oh, we have the bonus discount on this because of the matching glyph. And technically, our skills are electrocuting enemies, so we do have a status to debuff them. But if we can get something defensive there, probably would prefer that. We can go up to 14 if it matches this. So the cost is actually not a big issue. This is mostly offensive stuff, though. Unless we know specifically what type of element we're trying to resist. Which we do not yet, although it has... Tell you what, we'll throw that back in. It has made more of a point, I think, from a more recent patch, of telling us what type of element to expect after going into a zone for the first time. So let's see if it gives us that hint.
This is off topic.
Oh, it's a snowy area.
Aren't you all cold?
My battlesuit has a built-in heating function. It was designed for void expedition missions.
Huh. I'm actually a little warm.
I'm jealous.
Okay, so this is kind of interesting, because for the most part, in every zone, we've seen typically one of the ultimately playable characters in more of an NPC role that we check in with every once in a while in between missions. And there are 3 in this case, and they are the 3 starting characters, which is kind of clever, because this is, of course, the last zone. So, you know, we've basically met everyone else except for the starting people now, and at this point, the developers maybe are kind of taking their chances and assuming, alright, the player has probably unlocked someone other than their starting character at this point, and hopefully they're using that person, so you don't have Ajax talking to Ajax, or, you know, Viessa talking to Viessa.
I will stand with you until the end.
Descendant, who has miraculously revived after drifting in the deep recesses of the void for decades. His military experience and skills could make him a far more outstanding commander than Alpha, but he continues to fight at the front lines in order to find his precious comrade, whom he lost in the void.
The Vulgis Fortress. We knew such command facilities existed, but we never had any information about their sizes or exact locations.
Alright, well, we're gonna skip this. Fire. Fire, you say. Okay. Can we get fire resistance? Not with that element. Or not with that glyph type. If we were to drop this, we'd have 7. We'd go with the basic heat antibody, which is not really worth much at this point. Do we have this glyph elsewhere? No. We do not. I mean, technically, we could add a new glyph, but then we'd reset ourselves back to level 1, and then we're at the same point that Valby is at, so that probably does not make sense. But what about, there is the generic one. Gives us 640, which is not a huge amount, but it's better than what we were looking at before, and it does match this. So if we dump the 78% increased AoE, we can improve our defenses a bit. That might be a trade that we need to make here. Now suddenly we have 8 to work with. We could go all the way up to 16 in that spot, and technically speaking, we could go for this Transcendent module, which is Bunny specific, changes maximum power into a form that causes damage around Bunny. Now, maximum power, I think, is our ultimate? Yeah. So rather than being a beam, it deals some kind of damage around us, and I don't really remember trying this, so I have no idea how good or bad it might be. Oh, and it needs to go in this slot. I forgot. The Transcendent modules are the ones that go in this skill module slot here, so we actually can't get it at half price. So we wouldn't be able to afford it anyway. So I suppose that makes it an easier decision. Going back to this, I mean, we could do this guy for a little bit more damage. When killing an enemy, have a chance to recover electricity for Bunny. I mean, that's not terrible. I think we might just end up going for the extra damage after all. Okay. Now we have a little bit to spare. HP recovery. Oh, technically at this point, it doesn't matter what kind we're using. We're just looking at 4 capacity cost. Of any variety, really. Probably something defensive, ideally something that does not also at the same time make us deal less damage. We do still have our big nimble fingers going. Yeah. Oh, incoming final damage is reduced. Okay, so that's actually pretty solid. Maybe we'll go with that. Okay, so into the last zone, the Vulgis Fortress. We have, oh, some people are doing at least one of these missions, you would think. Oh, they're around this way. Okay, that's exactly the opposite direction I was about to go with. So if we can join that group of people, that would be great. This is not the one they're doing, because that icon, that little module there is yellow. It's a little yellow light, whereas, whoa, maybe we just shoot the guys. That'll bring us into their mission. Hold on. Oh, and they're almost done. It's one of these ones where you...
That's enough.
Oh, yep. Deliver those things, and now we are good. Okay, now we do still need to do the other one, which I imagine they have finished. They are probably ahead of us right now. See what this one's about. Search mission? I don't remember what that means.
In order to destroy the Ironheart, we have to locate the inversion facility. If we find the source of the inverted energy, we should find the related facility. The guide is connected to the search drone, and I need you to escort it. It has to be protected.
Oh no. Not this. Not a solo like this.
Communications frequencies from the surrounding area are causing interference. They must be coming from the Vulgis communications facility.
We'd be able to sweep a larger area by connecting the search drone to the Vulgis comms facility, wouldn't we?
One moment.
It's not possible.
Never mind the fact that I blew up that explosive container on us and nearly lost all of our shields just from that. And technically this thing uses shields from us. That's where they spawned from. Yeah, it would be wonderful if we were to get a teammate along here with us. These are slower and significantly more difficult with just one. And the time limit could actually be coming back. End of this presumably there will be a phase where we need to defend this thing. That's usually what happens. I don't really want to step outside the circle just to grab that. Now is not the time, you see. Oh, that's where I saw some enemies popping up on the radar. It's not clear to me where exactly they were, though. That's a problem. No longer move while our shields are down. Oh, hello. Once again, we need the shields. Sure. This is where we're headed. Into a cave. Oh, or not. No, we're just going in a circle around this thing, because why not? Oh, that did hit.
Oh, that hurt like hell.
And we are almost dead, in fact. And this to get shields back. You can at least move, but they will attack the device. Oh no. Really need someone to drop health. Rude. Our shields are down. Please stop doing that.
My shields.
Took out our shields.
Reload.
Okay, really hoping this is going to be the final location. Kind of looks like a place where it might tell us we need to defend this thing. Maybe up there? Up there? Just going in the most roundabout way possible. There we go. Okay, so now we need to protect it for the next minute and a half. Which at least works a little bit better with our skill set. Ow. Don't step into the fire that they created. It does damage you. Excuse me, sir. I gotta go fast.
I've identified a few potential locations.
Oh.
The nearest one is east.
Dad, don't do that. Also, we're about to die again. Unless we pick that up. Better. A little bit longer. What? Excuse me, that feels extremely cheap.
Shields!
Thanks to you, I've identified
But-
a few locations that show high
Just had to
energy
protect it
levels.
long enough.
I'll track them.
Was long enough.
Levick, I sense an increase in inverted energy around you. Where are you now?
I was investigating the wreck of a Vulgis ship, and I think I've stirred up a hornet's nest. I need support.
Lepic, how far out are you? Wait, right there.
Okay, and this battlefield was apparently quite small. Guess we can already move on to the next one. Let's see. Okay. So, we'll head on over.
Can I trust you'll be
Apparently Ajax is the one calling the shots here amongst the original trio. Oh, except that we can't actually speak to him? Oh, never mind. Maybe not. I take it back. We will talk to different people each time. Okay, so Fiessa, of course, was the person we started off with. Hailing from the back alleys of Albion, she never forgets her past and keeps it buried deep within her heart while doing her utmost as a Descendant. Possessing the arcane ability to manipulate the cold at will, she is considered to be a very gifted young Descendant, and understandably, she was the person who said, "Oh, it's not so cold out here."
I should never have sent Lepic off by himself. My bad. Hey, these Vulgis punks are responding really quickly. Looks as if their commander isn't to be taken lightly. Let's eliminate the defense forces here first. Then secure the gate that leads to the wrecked ship.
Okay, makes sense.
Captain Survival, you need to hold them off until we get there.
Always
You don't
ends
have
up
to
sending
tell
us
me.
in the direction
My
I'm
guy,
not expecting.
The 44th Grenadiers will be completely wiped out.
Okay, now I do hear some people doing some things once again, but it seems like they might be ahead of us, and I don't know if that's really something we can realistically join them on. Well, we could try. It's a long ways to go. Then again, we are Bunny.
No chance!
I was gonna say, I'm just betting that this is not a bottomless pit that we're about to jump into. I'm also betting that they are actually running one of these missions, because it's not that one. Is it this one, or did we just run across for no good reason? We just ran across for no good reason. They might have just finished that mission over there. I'm not really sure. Alright, wonderful. Let's see, this one is 10 minutes to the left. Barrier deactivation. Oh, hold on. We're headed back this way.
We found the enemy's command relay. That's how they
Maybe
responded so
we have
quickly.
ourselves a teammate now. Yes, we do. Okay, nice.
Terminate the command signal with your receive once you're inside
It
signal
is
range.
an ultimate bunny.
Good luck.
This is what the ones where you have this zone where enemies are going to continue to spawn in it, and you need to take them out. Oh, we got another person. Nice.
Powerful reinforcements are closing in. Be careful.
Oh, somebody
Enemy
dropped a
forces
good
have noticed their
crafting resource
signal being
somewhere.
jammed.
Oh, it's over there, I
You
think.
can't let them restore it. The enemy is putting up a lot of resistance, which means they're preoccupied. That's good for Lepic.
Just want to nab that. Thank you. Our AoE is so much smaller than it was when I was last playing Bunny now.
We've identified an elite enemy unit. We need to eliminate this target first.
I think we might have immediately
clear them
eliminated
out.
him. Based on how quickly after you said that, I heard the sound of a good drop somewhere, which I have yet to find. We'll scrounge around afterward, see if there's any stuff we missed.
Wait, Careful. I've detected a powerful energy signal.
Looks like it's down there. Yeah. See it. Oh, what? That looks like a place where a creepy crypto dude would eventually spawn.
Great job.
There we go.
Vulgis have lost their chain of
Oh,
command and they're
that's
scattering.
a resource for one of the legendary weapons, and assuming this is the only place where it drops, I would have to assume we did not have it yet. There's a lot of stuff still hanging around here. They just... Oh, they might be farming this specifically for that weapon resource. That's what I'm guessing, because they appear to have just reactivated it. That would also explain why they seemed to have finished it just before we arrived, and yet they were willing to pop back in. So that might be the same story with this other person. So we probably got lucky getting that drop the first time. It's probably a 20% drop, because that is usually the case for all the various unique weapon things, but also these crafting resources. That right there that we just picked up, that I'm pretty sure you need for one of the really good crafting materials. It might be the one for the extra maximum module capacity. This is gonna hurt. He very nearly died. So basically, all that is to say, this seems like a good mission to just farm. Lots of enemies in it as well, so should be quite a bit of gold and hyper shard drops as well. There's again the big crafting resource, and it seems like enough of the enemies spawn in, the ones that can drop it, that it is possible to get it twice per mission, and that also starts to add up, especially since we got it in like a quantity of 9 or something like that. It's not like you're just getting it in increments of 1. That has been the case sometimes in the past, and that has definitely played a factor. This guy is a boss, I am realizing. Pseudo. That's the guy. I recognize him.
Great job.
He's from one of the
Local Vulgis have lost
what is
their
it,
chain of
Vesper's
command,
final
and they're
dungeon. I think he's the boss of that. Okay. Oh, we got a nice level 82 frozen reactor from that, which may be good for Viessa. So I mean, we could farm that mission repeatedly, like these people are. It looks like they might be abandoning ship, though. We do, of course, still need the other ones done. We got what was perhaps the most important thing from that mission. Let's see what these ones are even all about. Oh, just 5 minutes for extermination, so I think that just means simple, straightforward, kill all the dudes. And if that person joins us, that would be nice, although they're doing this, which I did see was up, but I kind of made a deliberate choice not to go over there, because I assumed we would not be able to handle it by ourselves.
That location there seems to be one of the main strongholds for enemy munitions transport.
Maybe that other person will stop by once they're done with that mission. It is typically fairly short. Excuse me. I don't really have any of the crafting resources, very little crafting resources that drop in this area. So we, when possible, should try to make a point of picking those up. I know I skipped something earlier when we were doing a quest, but it was through necessity.
We'll use the enemy terminal to lure the Vulgis to your location. They'll come at you in droves, so be prepared.
And 82 is currently the highest level stuff that we have. We are seeing some stuff drop at 82. This does feel like a place where we would see potentially some good stuff. Is it just crafting materials, or is it more than that? Just that. Okay. make more people spawn, probably. Maybe.
We'll have to hold them off and buy as
Yep.
much time as possible.
Can you stop raiding those things? Raiding those things? You know, come to think of it, it's a little bit strange. They were warning us that this area was going to have a lot of fire damage, and yet it is a cold, doomed area, so if anything, you would think that would be the elements. Chill we'd be dealing with, but apparently not.
Spotted an enemy squad closing in on your location. Be careful.
Oh. Hey, buddy old pal. Hold on, I'd like some help. Anyone else? Yep. Oh! Okay, I guess so then. Oh, this guy prevents us from using skills, and all of our skills are currently down. Unfortunate timing. Unless we get far enough away to do that.
Levick was reckless. We were able to collect it. No. The guide has moved to Levick's arcade.
Feels like this is a lot more than just a 5-minute mission. But, which obviously, you know, with just one person, maybe that has something to do with it, but still, a lot of enemy spawns. So I'd like to believe we're getting close now.
Watch out. A high-level Vulgis has been detected.
That probably means this is going to be the last dude. Thank you, Thunder Cage. Come on. There we go.
Finish up the rest of the mission.
Okay, and that dude did drop the good crafting resource. Random people. That's these dudes. It's like you'll see now, we're getting a lot of rare module drops just from basic enemies. So if we were to go back to town after playing in here for a little while, I imagine we'd have a lot of stuff we could cash in. Okay, so we finished that mission. There are potentially other people doing other missions, like this guy over here might be doing one, so if we could tag along, potentially even join partway through, wouldn't be the worst thing. Oh, I mean, it just failed. one of the ones where you just kill a bunch of enemies, they'll drop that resource. Oh, no, maybe not. Hold on. I have to hold this area. It's not exactly the type of mission I expected it was. Guys jump.
Secure the target. Hurry.
Does the enemy with the quest item spawn in now, or did we get it from... Oh, no, we just get it from doing that. Okay, fair enough.
Algorithm obtained. Well done.
That was a level 84 weapon.
Thanks for the support. You saved my life.
And that was apparently the last thing we needed in this
Thanks
zone.
to you, we were able to obtain important information from the wrecked ship. The inversion device must be somewhere around here.
Okay. So, I think we probably do proceed in that case. And it looks like this is the third region. It seems like there are 5 in total, and it looks as though they start small and get bigger and have more missions the further along you go. It would seem that way. Okay, let's check this out.
Descendant. The Vulgis ship in front of you appears to have crash-landed on its way to Ingress.
Okay, where are the Vulgis from, by the way?
Erased. But
We know the
data
colossi are
records
from this different
is close to
dimension,
the
and
date
they
when Vulgis first
try to
appeared.
teleport in, but the dimensional wall is kind of sort of stopping them, but the Vulgis trying to destroy the dimensional wall so that can become more possible. But are the Vulgis also from that same place as the colossi? Are they just here in the first
I
place?
soon found that theory to be incorrect. Do you remember when the Hagios Prime Hand's ruins erupted with radiant heat? This ship is similar. The central part has a thick coating that can absorb radiant heat. Such a measure would not have been necessary unless inversion technology was involved. That means that this ship was equipped with an inversion device.
Okay.
The location that the guide sent is full of Vulgis signals. Let's spread out and take control of the area.
Now it's my turn, you Vulgis bastards.
Alright, so we have, of course, gotten a pretty sizable amount of things now. And we are using the last dagger in large part just because it is giving us a bonus, a significant damage bonus from our reactor, even if we're not actually firing this ever. So that does give us a somewhat limited ability to throw on new weapons here. I think what we might do is we'll junk everything except for these highest level ones. So that, again, if we want to do some of those level conversions, or transfusion, whatever the word they use for it, then that becomes possible. It's not like, you know, a 2-level difference is going to be super dramatic, so it's not like we're about to do that right now for our existing weapons, but good to at least update that stuff when possible. Now, the external components, though, these we may look to switch. Let's see. We do have a set for the veteran marksman. We have 3 out of 4 for that. I mean, technically having all 4 would be really nice, giving us the extra firearm attack as well, but that comes from, I think it's the Pyromaniac that drops that stuff, and so it's not like we're gonna get more pieces here. Basically, we have one of those components we could swap out for just a generic non-set piece and still get that at least 5% crit fire rate. But we probably wouldn't want to swap out any more than that. See if anything catches our attention. We have been getting more aggressive as of late with using module, or rather external components that have things like this, the chill resistance, rather than just being all about the stat boosts, or the grinding stat boosts, although our memory Okay, we have a huge defensive boost on that. Okay, which I guess is sort of similar. I was going to say that might not be as good. It might be more replaceable. Okay, but we do have one that is using the swamp set, which not only do we not like that bonus as much, because it's pretty much specific to toxic stuff and therefore only applicable to Freyna, but also those we only have one right now, so we're not even getting that bonus anyway. So we could also swap out the sensor. And I don't love those stats all that much, because our character is max level right now. But we get way, way less defense. So this is a lower level one. Okay, so maybe that makes sense then. Consumable drop rate, it's not terrible. That's a lot of shield recovery. Oh, it's out of combat, which I think those numbers tend to be higher. Okay, higher HP. We lose the toxin resistance though, and would kind of like to keep that. A lot of decent bit of shields and shield recovery. That's not terrible. This is now getting into 83, but I think those random stats are not as good. Don't really care about item acquisition distance. That feels like a bit of a waste. And then here, it's a lot of chill. A lot of chill resistance. And MP recovery in combat actually is helpful for at least Bunny specifically. We lose out on the base defense from our current sensor. We gain health in exchange. We might make this switch. We might make that switch. Okay. And then everything junked except for you two. I think that's okay. I think we trash that. And then here... Oh, we didn't switch... Oh. We did not switch back to Bunny's reactor. Oops. Oopsie daisy. Okay, well let's trash the lower level reactors, because I think that's a pretty safe bet. But once we start getting into 82 and above, and it potentially gets interesting. Okay, but toxic skill power boost is useless on a non-attribute reactor. Restored relic, which we might have, but we definitely have not used it. Duration, non-attribute skill power on a now freezing reactor. That's not ideal. Maybe we could still go with it if that might be our best frozen reactor at this stage. If not for this one here. Yeah, okay, we can probably scrap that. But it is ultimate rarity. If we were to use the restored relic, then maybe that would be best. Okay, so we'll hold on to those two. Technically speaking, we should switch back over to you. We're the one we were doing, right? Because we have the last dagger equipped. Wait, don't we? Yeah, what? Excuse me. That should be active. Why is it only saying... Huh? Shouldn't need to be our active weapon. Hold on. What does it say now? Does it? That's not the case for any other weapon. We've had ones in the past for shotguns when we were not actively switched on to the shotgun. That is strange to me. That seems inconsistent with what we had previously learned. That is odd. Huh. Maybe we'll try it with the Thunder Cage, and hopefully we're still getting that damage boost, but we might not be. Not entirely sure what to make of that. Sometimes they give us one of the optional lore things around here. It zooms in on the dramatic backdrop, which I could kind of see being the case here. But apparently not this time. I'm not seeing it. Alright. Let's get going. And, you know, again, with luck, we would find there are other people running some of these missions as well, so we can team up and don't need to, you know, solo all these things. Let's just see if that is obviously the case for any of them. Well, there do not appear to be any other people here right now, so we'll see how that plays out. We've been a little bit fortunate in that some of those early missions that we, on a few occasions, did solo, they were fairly straightforward. Quick missions didn't take too much to get the job done, but if the missions become more complex and involve more components or generally longer, then it might get a little bit tougher for us to solo them.
Let's just lay waste to all of them.
So, curious to see. Let's check the number, how much damage we're dealing, and then if we switch here, the number just get higher between Last Dagger and Thunder Cage. This is Thunder Cage. Oh, that's bad timing. Not that there's really ever a good time to get frozen. I think this is going to be one of those ones where you get enough of the enemies here. Oh. Get enough of the enemies here, they'll drop one of the items that we can use to blow up this thing.
There are guys carrying high voltage fuses in the
Yep.
vicinity of power plants.
Right on cue. The problem is we are dying very quickly once we actually get hit. Had a teammate to get us back up or to take some of the heat off of us, that would go a long way. But we do not. Yes, please pick this up. Please pick this up. Retreat. Man, to work with. Theoretically. There's a lot of dudes over there. Oh, hold on. Get this back up. So you can see, you can kind of tell, the damage we're dealing with this, just our basic electric pulses, is not that high. Ow.
Fuses you find?
How many deaths do we have left? None after
Blow
this.
up the generator.
If we die now, we lose.
Shields!
Okay. Okay. Let's take it easy for a second now. Let's just take it easy. Get some shields back. Kill some of the dudes when they're relatively isolated. Get some health drops. Now it's a little bit safer. Somebody joined us! Okay, at least if we go down now, it's possible for our new teammate to get us back up. It's only if we bleed out altogether if we lose. I did not mean to do that. I don't know if these guys are technically part of the mission or if they just happened to hop in. There's the target. Excuse me. Excuse me. Did you make me? You made me drop that. And it was going to be the final thing we needed. As I was a split second away from activating it? How dare you? Okay, except apparently there are still more enemies we need to defeat.
Enemy reinforcements.
Oh goodness. Who are spawning right on top of us. Yeah, it includes a boss. Included
Power supply
a
to the
boss.
enemy has been cut off. Incredible.
And that's again the good crafting resource that only became available once we got here. I'm just gonna nab this, but then if we could do this next mission with a teammate or two. Mr. Lamas? I want to join Mr. Lamas. Is that the person we were just with, or was that the other dude? Oh, Mr. Lamas was the person we were with before. Okay. Okay, admittedly, though, I did not see what this mission is supposedly going to involve. Besides blowing up all these explosive containers. Eliminate the enemies. Okay, sure. We can certainly do that. Is this this is 3 bunnies. Oh no, okay, it might not have been Mr. Lamas in the previous
This facility is
mission.
important to the
I
enemy
think I
as
just
well.
looked and saw the bunny and
Not a
assumed
bad
it was
idea
him.
to thin them out here while we're at it. Enemy reinforcements detected. Engaging.
Oh, hold on. Did we just have 2 or 3 bunnies do the little laugh simultaneously, or almost simultaneously? Made it sound really weird.
I think we made him mad.
Focus on the mission, Epic.
Oh, 1 second. Narrow corners and corridors make it a little harder to speed through. This open area, on the other hand, easier to get shot, but also easier to run around. Oh. Okay.
The main facility defense force has arrived.
That doesn't sound good.
Enemy morale seems to be rising. We better be careful.
Oh, hello. Oh, we do have a teammate down. Hold
Heavily
on.
armored Vulgis closing in.
Or
Defeat him and break through.
what? They just left.
Defense
Oh,
forces have been
right
eliminated.
before we completed the mission? That was weird.
Facility search. Yesa, Lepic, keep engaging the enemy. These defense garrison forces are pretty tough.
Don't worry about us. Focus on your own lecturing duties, Professor. Once you locate the inversion facility, let's finish this once and for all.
Oh. Snap this. Don't remember going over here, but apparently we broke those things. Oh. Is this gonna be a dungeon for the end of the zone? It feels like this is a remote enough location that I am very much anticipating that to be the case. Yes. Okay, well the good thing about that is that theoretically, that has a very high chance of giving us a full squad. It does also mean we should probably clean out our inventory so we have enough space. Ooh, 86 is now the highest level that we're seeing pop up. Granted, it's for a common rarity item, so it's definitely not one that we actually want to use. But let's unjunk it, just because that is now our best option to swap out, or to use for increasing the level of other weapons. Getting some level 85 modules now as well. Okay, so I'm gonna take that to mean maybe 82, which granted is the level we currently have, but maybe 82 is no longer all that meaningful. Oh, and this is just a standard rarity one, so no thank you on that. How's this look? Electric boost on a toxic reactor? Darn it. It's a little all over the place. But see here, this one says it gives us the bonus for the shotgun equipped. Oh, interesting. The phrasing is actually a little different. Look at the difference in the phrasing between the one we currently have equipped, the tingling phase reactor, and the one that we do not have equipped, the toxic singularity reactor. So the one that we do not have equipped says shotgun weapon class equipped, gives you that 40% damage bonus. So it has the check mark next to it because we do have a shotgun in our third slot. Even if we aren't currently holding or actively using it, it is a weapon we could switch to. Whereas the one that we currently have in use, it says the last dagger mounting, not equipped, mounting. And I suppose the distinguishment there is that in that case, it does need to be the weapon that you are currently using. Can't be your secondary or tertiary weapon. It has to be the one that you are actively using for that to take effect. I admittedly did not catch that difference in the past, and I think in large part probably because whenever I was using ultimate reactors, it was usually for the Thunder Cage as the bonus weapon, and that was typically my primary weapon, so that wasn't an issue. But in this case, since we were trying to get clever and use the last dagger, put it in a secondary spot and not actually fire it, but still get the big bonus from it, that is why it is not working. Okay, so that is actually telling. And it does actually mean that despite us not having the electric reactor here, this is actually higher damage for us than our current one. It's toxic reactor, so that's no good. But we do have the shotgun, so we get the 40% bonus there. We get the bonus, the random stat is actually extra electric damage. We're getting 5.6 damage there. It's not a huge deal, but that is something. And the skill cooldown actually is helpful for Bunny. So, okay. It actually makes sense for us to use that. The game did, in fact, outsmart me. I thought we could get clever. I thought we could get clever there. But I was the one being played. Okay, let's just take a quick peek here. That's common rarity, so no thanks. This one... we gain shields, we gain HP, we lose the toxin resistance. And admittedly, I don't know what elements the enemies are going to deal in this new dungeon, the boss in particular. So I do kind of like how, for the most part, with our current set of stuff, we have fire resistance here, chill resistance here, electric resistance here, toxin resistance here. So we have our bases covered with at least a somewhat significant amount of resistance for all the different elements. So that way, even if we don't know what we're getting ourselves into, we have some damage mitigation. And as soon as you get rid of one of those, then you're kind of taking your chances. I mean, if you know what element the enemies are going to deal, then no problem, but I do not know what element we're going to see. Oh, that's extremely good for grinding. The Kuiper Shard and module drop rate, both those numbers are high. So I do really like that, but this is probably not the time to be going purely for the grinding stats. I think we are going to want to be more focusing on the combat stats. I think we're going to stick with what we have in that case. But I hearted this one for future use. We probably should store that. Okay. Nice. So we have some space to work with. And we don't really know what we're getting ourselves into here, but actually let's see what the potential drops are. I don't know who that Transcendent module is for. Special Sight, I don't know if we have that yet. Or even Commando Marksmanship. And this should give us amorphous materials. Oh! Oh, it's a 100% drop chance for one of the unique weapons. One of the components for one of the unique weapons, which might be the last one we need. Wow. I am surprised. Those are usually just 20% drop chances. Okay. Actually, tell you what, speaking of which. At one point in time, we had those side quests for crafting specific things, and I was half wondering if the reason why it was going to give us a 100% drop chance here was because this was going to be one of the resources for one of those side quests, and it's basically the game going, here, it's nice and easy this time. But no, it seems like it's just a generous drop chance for whatever reason. So, I mean, we'll take it. And by generous, I mean it's guaranteed. It's not even a chance. Okay. So, we'll see. Theoretically, this should be the hardest zone we've gone into thus far. And is Bunny the right character for this? Who knows? Okay, we have, what is that? An Ultimate Glay, who's max level, and a Valby, who very much is not. It's a little concerning.
I am certain that it has performed the inversion process here.
That's good news. So we can destroy the Ironheart here then?
I hope this ends well.
Don't mind me. Casually loop a little bit. Oh, this also is not the correct direction. Is that where we came from? That might have been
the
direction we came from. Or maybe that was. I don't know.
Here.
Okay, and we got something else. Excuse me? This definitely is not the direction we're supposed to go in. I feel lied to. The quest marker was pointing in that direction, wasn't it?
Considering the high temperatures of the inverted energy we observed in
just trying to tell us, oh, look, take in the scenery.
Could have stayed intact throughout the process. It does not even show signs of melting or performing.
Was this mission called Into the Glacier or something like that? Because
a large Vulgis force is headed your way.
It is starting to feel that way. It's cool. The enemy levels in the various regions of this zone have not increased all that quickly. We've gone from 82 to something like 85. Not that big of a difference, although it does feel like our damage is not humongous.
Scum. You've been heading towards that abandoned place, have you? Bring round the assault ship. I will descend upon that location too. This brings back memories.
Oh, and the fourth person we got was also not max level, but again, hopefully that's a little misleading and they're actually using much, I mean, they have to be using much higher level gear at this point, because they pick anything up and it's going to be, around here, it's going to be more than level 34.
Externally, just like in a prison.
Where was
The commander said something about guarding.
Eliminate the enemies? Oh.
Not right.
Okay. Gotcha. And we just got Electric Specialist, the module to drop, which is a standard rarity module. I'm actually not sure if we had that before, though. We might not have. No, I think we did. Because it, of course, as you might imagine, is potentially something that could be useful for Bunny. Okay, that's a new crafting resource we've not yet seen. So I'm not sure what that goes for, but one would assume it's something good. We haven't yet had the need to use it. It's probably for something very high level or very sophisticated crafting resource of some variety, although I think we've used all the major crafting resources. You know, things like increasing your maximum module capacity and adding the glyph and all those types of things, because those do require specific resources.
That's...
Out of my way!
Oh.
Descendant, I'm certain that this is the inversion machine that was loaded onto the ship.
That looks cool.
Everything is destroyed. What happened here?
And there's nothing we can
I'm
do.
just gonna do laps, in all likelihood.
They left a surveillance record from the facility database. I'll look into it.
Excuse me. We've got a track to run. Oh, hold on. Now we'll actually loot stuff. Where are you telling me I'm supposed to go? Because admittedly, I was focusing entirely on picking things up. I assume over here. Well, we did pick up another crafting resource, but also, I think we just stepped on a little fire on the ground. I was trying to get these little health bars. Okay. Well, that's presumably going to be the boss we fight.
Farness. There's still a chance. The Vulgis were unable to complete the inversion process here. That's why the traces
the
of
boss
energy
fight
were
now?
so weak. There is
I don't know where you're telling them,
facility called the
teleporting us
inversion
to.
furnace somewhere. The inversion process
What?
must have been completed there.
Oh, no, right here,
Right
apparently.
now, getting out of here safely is priority number 1. Locating the inversion furnace comes second.
Understood. I will try to find someone to link to the emergency transmission signal.
Hello. This is one of the spawn locations. This door. As you can probably tell. I think this is the boss arena,
Where are you going?
because I'm pretty sure that's the boss.
You're just like your
Yup.
predecessors.
No idea what he does. Guessing that's chill damage. It looked like it was sort of an off-white. Oh, I'm guessing we don't want to get hit by the frisbees. I'm guessing those are frisbees of death and destruction. This guy was actually the #1 ultimate frisbee player in Albion, but then he was trying to get sponsored, and the sponsors did not like his playstyle. He felt slighted, and so he joined the Vulgis. That's actually his backstory, and you don't even need to check the lore on that because I just told you. Gotta love it when seemingly all of their immunity spheres are also immune. Theoretically, one of them is, at least one of them is damageable at any given point in time, but It's never the one I'm shooting. At least it certainly feels that way at times. Oh. Uh-oh, 2 people down. Excuse me. Still one of these orbs up. And that one orb is immune? That's what I mean. Like, alright, well, what am I supposed to do in that situation then? Never mind. Sped over here for nothing. For a second there, I was like, is that the boss? It almost looked like it. Okay, can you... There we go. Please not have immunity on the one sphere that is up right now. Oh, it flew through all of our ammo for that reason. Hold on. There we go. There he is. Immunity phase over. Somebody got rid of that last sphere. Oh no! It's the Frisbees! They're back! Just casually jump on our teammate's head. Oh no, the Frisbee! It almost snuck up on us. Really, we should be doing this. We're trying to kill the single target damage. Did it always make that sound effect? That sounded different. It's a little ridiculous how many of those are immune and for how long. Let's see if one of our teammates can return the favor. Please and thank you.
Help me! You should get up. Thank you, Clay.
All right. This person might have the right idea. Try to get the one that doesn't have the little white glow to. Oh, there we go. Surprised we were able to get that many in quick succession. I would have thought they'd all be immune, or, you know, multiple would be immune at any given point in time. Hey, by the way. Thank you. I did not realize we had that many people up there. I wanted to see if there was ammo in one of those spots, because there were a lot of drops. And then you threw all the skills over there. It made me regret that decision. Also, I cannot actually find ammo. Okay. Just ignore how he's throwing the frisbees at us. If you needed confirmation that those were not friendly frisbees, but in fact frisbees of death, there you go. Here's our level 1 weapon. Where's the boss? 11 damage. He'll never survive this. Okay, well, we ran out of ammo. Maybe he will survive this.
Emergency transmission signal confirmed.
There we go.
Commencing transmission.
Okay, amorphous material. That component for one of the unique weapons that might be the last one that we needed, as well as some relatively high-level stuffs. I think we've already looted everything. So, I mean, we could justify, potentially, rerunning that mission to farm up some more stuff. Let's see. Level 87 is the highest level gear we ended up getting from that. So that is the highest we've gotten overall. But of course, if we keep on going, then we'll get higher levels still. So maybe we do just head back to Albion after all. At some point in time, it will probably be worth farming that one. Well, I mean, I say that in large part because usually there is one either Descendant component or unique weapon component that you need to get from those types of missions, but it was a 100% drop chance that time, and we got it, unsurprisingly.
We can't get a full picture of what's happening in the combat zones. Valby, use your waterways and check on the injured.
Roger that. Submerging.
Okay, just gonna take a peek at the research stuff. See if there is anything we can get now. If not, maybe we'll just get some of the other things, like the meta crafting resources like phase exchangers and fine adjustment control axes crafted up. So, let's see. We have smithereens working right now. There's so many now of these components that is, and it's not as straightforward as just, oh, sure, no, do all of them. We couldn't even do all of them simultaneously if we wanted to, because we can only do 5 crafts at a time. And in many cases, as you can see here, we have a ton of a specific type of thing, or at least a ton of the resources to make this specific type of component, that this is not realistically going to be the bottleneck. It's going to be whatever the other stuff is. Although, actually, that might not be the case here, because Hellion, I think, is the crafting resource we got from the zone we were just in, and we only just started getting that. So we might actually need this. I'm going to go for it. I think that is a new crafting resource for us. Otherwise... Oh, this, I think, is also one of the crafting resources that we only just started getting. Right? Didn't we get the purple ones of these earlier? Because there's different versions of this that have a different colored light in the middle. Like, we've definitely seen ones with red and green and blue and all that stuff, but I think purple is what we only just started getting, which suggests we've not crafted that yet. Like there you see there's a yellow one that we have a bazillion of already. Other things, though... Anything that we've not yet been able to do? I think probably have done all the other ones already. Let's just, in that case, with our remaining 2 slots, just pick up some more the crafting resource stuff. This is expensive, but this is the one that allows us to change the random mods on a unique weapon, which we have at times gotten a little bit aggressive with, or at least we did earlier today. Maybe we'll do the version for the basic or the non-unique weapons as well. The amount of time it takes to do that is quite long, though. It's 4 hours. Okay, well, alright, fair enough. We'll have these guys finishing up a little bit sooner, so shouldn't have as much of a backlog in a little bit. Okay, but let's, oh, alright, we need to talk to Alpha for the main quest, I think. I think that's why it's pointing us in this direction.
Got a question about the operation?
Okay.
Descendant, thank the heavens your injury is not serious.
We were injured?
I received the report from Ajax's team. Honestly, when I first saw that abandoned device, I thought it was all over. But then, we discovered another facility by investigating the first one, an inversion furnace. HQ has also identified a converter outside its typical range through a terrain scan. Perhaps we'll find clues related to the furnace there.
Okay.
No, it has to be there.
Alright, you gave us
Standing by
the key
for
details.
connection. Verifying signal optimization.
Alright, do we have to talk to Nell to learn more about the same exact stuff we were just speaking about?
Explanations confusing again?
Go ahead, Kyle.
Our troops will arrive in Albion soon. We're systematically withdrawing forces from the front line. Everyone has defended calmly and well, executed the planned retreats, and bought us
Good luck,
time.
Camilo. Good
Number of
luck.
Casualties is lower than expected. We're approaching the final moments. We've received a report that Corell has descended from his ship.
Oh, Corell is moving in. Okay.
Marcus and the
He is the big
investigative corps
baddie, and we are
headed your
getting
way.
close to the end of the
Their
main
support
quest,
should
so
help
that
you
would
hold
make
out a
sense that
little
he might make
longer.
an appearance now.
I'm grateful to Marcus, but we plan on fighting using only the power of the Descendants from now on. We're here to achieve victory, not take everyone down with us. And it's better to fight as a small group within the Prime Hand's ruins.
Descendants don't have to shoulder the entire burden. If things go south, I want you to give up the Ironheart and retreat immediately.
Is Nell a descendant as well?
We can't just end the show when we keep attracting such
don't
huge
remember.
audiences. We'll try to buy as much time as possible. Over and out.
Luna!
This won't do.
Okay, well,
If we're done with resupply and repairs,
we have a new
units
area.
Move to the location of the converter. We're running out of time on both fronts. We have to hurry.
Got it.
Converter facility.
Let me tack on one more arm component
This looks
before
like
we go.
a huge,
Do you want like an ice
well,
cube or something? to
reactor,
snack
or is this the furnace?
Just get going.
See if it tells us there's a specific element we should be planning around. Did we end up putting resistance of a specific element on? No, we did not, right? Although, as we were saying before, from our external components, we've somewhat balanced mixture there. That's not new. Just check in. We do this. Crit hit resistance. It says Electric Specialist is new. I saw it pop up at least twice in that previous mission, so there is a chance we legitimately did not have this until having just finished that. Non-Attribute Master is new, and we only have one of these, so that we definitely did not have before. I think this was the first of the sub-module, or the sub-attack modules that I got in the beta, so this was the one that I ended up upgrading. A little sentimental about that one for that reason. Okay, the other stuff is, for the most part, things we already had. Okay, gotcha. Oh, right, we didn't really sort through this stuff. Alright, let's junk the lower level things. Where do we draw the line? I mean, we're starting to get 87, which leads me to think 85 and below is probably pretty safely not really necessary. And this 86, since it's a standard, we don't really think we're going to use it, whereas this one, maybe we'd use just for crafting purposes. Okay, and for what it's worth, the last dagger, we've now confirmed if we are not using it, actively using it, then it is not doing us any good sitting in that spot. So we could go back to using this Age of Innovation, which was previously what we had in that spot. Just that we have an impacts round weapon, in case we do run out of ammo for you. Should probably store this again. Let's see. Store you, and then... Oh, we did get some other things here, and for external components as well. Okay, so I think, again, starting to get to the point where 82s are sort of out of date, although I do really like the crit rate and skill cost combo. Might hold on to that. So if we are actually using the last dagger, then the 60% bonus can potentially make that still worth doing. So maybe we'll still hold on to both those unique ones. Fusion skill bonus, dimension skill bonus. Okay, it does have basically a double fusion bonus for chill stuff. Shotgun, that's not bad, but it is a lower level relative to this one right here. I think we might junk it for that reason. Non-attribute boost is a little bit unfortunate. On a fire one, oh, if only these two could switch. Give me the fire here, give me the non-attribute here. That stinks. Range and crit hit damage, this looks incredible. For fire, at least. That looks really good. And this is our highest level one. Toxic boost and on a toxic reactor. Skill cost, sure. Assault rifle, which we don't currently have, but for Freyna, that would almost certainly be our best one. Okay, so I think we might junk these guys. I really like you, and I do really like you as well. Then here, item acquisition, don't even talk to me. Firearm and gold drop rate, it's not bad for grinding. His rolls theoretically could go higher, but it's a high enough level that I think it's still, the rolls are still decent. So another one that maybe not right now, but when we're just grinding stuff, could be worth using. Character XP, I feel like that's not as good, because oftentimes we are just on level 40. I mean, it is a high number for that, but still, I think we can probably trash that. And then that module drop rate is not as high as we've seen elsewhere, and other stats not as good there, so I think we can dump that stuff. Okay. Was this higher damage for us? No, it was not. Okay. Let's get going. And I hear some people shooting, so perhaps we can... Oh, hold on. That is the wrong direction. Or is it? Or is it? Let's take a peek where other people are. Oh, we need to chat with people right next to us first. Then we can do those missions that other people are in the middle of, and hopefully if we do this quickly enough, we might still be able to join them. Where is the person in question? Ajax.
It's time for the
It does still seem like Ajax is the one who is having the most conversations with us. Like, I don't think we've spoken with Lepic at all. Chill, you say, is the element that we should be worried about. Okay, well, good to know. I'm not really sure we're gonna make that change right now, but...
Don't worry. Sometimes things can become more clouded the closer you get to them. Like that for me with Aisha.
Might be relevant for us to make that shift over eventually. Mostly just want to make sure that, yes, if somebody is currently doing this mission, which they are, that we can join them. What exactly is the deal here? Don't accidentally open up the menu as you're fighting the enemy. That's generally a good rule of thumb.
Damn it.
Hey. Thank you. Appreciate that. We'll try not to immediately die next time. Just need to kill one more dude. Theoretically, and then this becomes attackable. Oh, we need to have that.
Now I can access the
Active
emergency
weapon.
control device.
Where's the new operation zone? Over here. Okay, so I have no idea how far in this person is to this mission. This might be the very beginning. Well, I mean, they at least finished that first section. Well, what I suspect might be the first section.
This facility used to be an auxiliary of the furnace.
Wasn't
which was
the
built to melt
very
ferrous
beginning.
remains. It included a process that made it easier to remove and melt parts such as equipped weapons.
You know what? We should probably do this.
Why we were melting colossi. I'll check the core facility.
Is that a dinosaur? From that angle, I swear, it looked like a little T-Rex. I was so confused. I was like, why is there a mechanical T-Rex that is just roboing around over there? Where did that come from? Please stop shooting me. Thank you. Okay, back up here we go. Those guys explode and leave fire on the ground that does legitimately deal damage.
processed colossi remains were transported beyond that
Oh,
partition.
okay. That
The
works.
furnace used to melt colossi remains must be there.
More level 87 stuff. A little bit of 88 even with the external component we got there. Nice if... Oh, well, here's clearly the big bad furnace. Nice if we could join other people for the remaining missions, so that we do not need to solo those. See what color the icon is. The little light on this, that looks like it's red. Yep, which means someone is doing this. Let's do it. Two people are doing this. Don't know how far along these people are. Maybe this is the end. Maybe this is the... this is the end. Like, this is about to be the final thing that we do, it looks like. Once they place this, or there might be a boss at the very end. So usually there are multiple of these things. But that was the last one.
The normal range. We need to lower the output even further.
Unless there's a totally different style of sub-components to this quest, which has become more of a thing as of late, so it's certainly possible. There we go. You know, actually not what I meant to do, but we'll take it. Right, Camilo? I mean, honestly, that was my reaction as well, though. I was like, what the heck is that dinosaur doing there?
Descendant. I've taken over the facility permissions. Now I can control it as I like. If our enemy manages to destroy this facility,
I'm guessing we don't want to go in there.
We must completely eliminate the Vulgis forces.
Almost died there. Pick up some health while we're at it. Pick up some loot while we're at it.
Sorry, a powerful enemy is headed your way. I should have taken care of it, but...
Did I catch the hint of a Canadian accent for Viesa? That voice line? What was that? Because it kind of sounded like it. Which... might not be a coincidence. It's kind of reductive if they're like, oh, she's the cold character, so we're gonna make sure we use a Canadian voice. I'm like, okay, sure, maybe it's a coincidence, but if that's the reason why you did that, that feels a little strange. Maybe I was just imagining things. Maybe I'm willing it into existence. Ow. Maybe that's on me. Yeah, this mini-boss has several invulnerability phases. Oh my god. Okay. So let's get out of there, maybe. Ow. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. Yep. It's that spread fire attack. However you want to describe it. That. Yep, mission failed. Wow. Just because we died so many times at the end from that boss. Wow. I'm not even, was it the boss itself or was it one of his ads? The bigger ad that was right nearby. But that damage was pretty crazy, as you could see. Figure out a little more space because I assume they're about to start this back up. We even have an 89 weapon now. 88s, a couple 88s and 189. They're gonna give it another shot. They just initiated? They might have. Looks like it. Okay. Might have just gained another person as well. We did. Oh, goodness. 2 people are immediately down. Not a great sign. Where are they? Where are they? Don't see them. This is an issue. Oh, they say they're down, but they aren't actually down. On the right corner with the UI, it looks like they're down, but, Killer Queen is one of those people who's supposedly down, and you're looking at them right now. So, are they zombies?
The power output has been reduced, but not enough, Descendant.
That is legitimately going to be an issue if people do go down for reals later on. It's like, it's not going to be as obvious when that is the case. As we saw last time, we died by, we lost the mission because people died too often. There's a legitimate concern. Oh, that's a spawner right there. Okay. It's not a coincidence that those enemies kept on showing up right next to me. Hello. Ow. Excuse me. Yeah, so this is more or less exactly when we joined them last time. After having just before getting the last of those explosives to destroy one of those devices. And there's still a fair bit of enemies that spawn in, and then, of course, finishing off with that boss and his posse caused us considerable issues. Who was doing that? You were doing that. Don't do that. Do we have another exploding thing to do? Apparently we do. It only... Oh, strange. Usually it will say, you know, explode point A, point B, point C from the onset, so you know how many you need to do total. Okay, but no, we did see this last time. We did have to tippity tap on that computer.
Now I can control it as I want.
Yeah, we are still. We're getting close to the end now, and it was, as I said, around the point where we had joined the previous occasion. Noticeably it seems as though the gear dropping right now is higher level than the gear that was dropping at the beginning of the mission, so I actually do wonder if the enemies are technically a higher level now than they were before. Okay, here is the boss. There is the ability that causes so many issues. Weapon causes so many issues. And that trend does continue here. One more person. A little bit easier, I guess. To make sure we have at least one person to run over and get to revive. That is the big deal. Nice. Look at that. Much better this time.
Conversion would have been impossible.
Lots of drops as well. Okay, so we still have, I think, just one more mission in this area, and it looks like they're heading over there as well. That would be great. Because if it's anywhere near as challenging as that just was, then I have strong doubts that we would be able to solo it. Let's see, what's the deal here? 5 minutes or less extermination, which means just kill enemies. Although it did say level 89, which might be higher than the level of the other missions we were doing. Once again, it is showing our teammates as immediately being dead, but that is not the case, because we're looking at someone right now who is apparently dead, and they do not seem to be dead, for reals.
Descendant, there's a facility control terminal nearby. If you connect me to it, I can search for more information.
Oh, bouncer. Excuse me while I check this area for additional resources and other goodies. There's totally going to be something over there, but, you know, that's for another time. Because, you know, both of our teammates are dead, apparently. Except not really. So we should probably help them. I was going to say, watch that actually be the case now. How dare you make light of that situation, Vids?
Heating the ironhearts using energy containing this much entropy would be more than enough to turn them into antimatter. So this is the truth behind inverted energy.
Can we use it for the inversion process, Guide?
No. This facility only melts colossi remains. Heating the ironheart with the results of that process happens elsewhere. Perhaps at the inversion furnace. We must be physically connected to this place. I'll scan for intel in the control
I just want the Kuiper shards right there. Three bunnies trying to run around in a small area. All just running into each other in the process. Oh. What do we have here? Another small location, I see. What about here? What about here?
The molten colossi remains seem to be floating towards a location nearby.
Oh, success. Apparently. That works, I suppose. Oh, that definitely works. Okay, is this a quest that we did not previously have access to? Because I feel like we were right next to this before, and that was not showing up. Yeah, maybe, maybe not. No, never mind. There isn't anything over there. Okay. If you say so, I'll take your word for it. Lost 2 people at the end, but you won. Got the luckiest resolute. Who did you sacrifice? Oh, wait, is this all the way back at the outpost, maybe? Getting the sense it might be. Yes, okay. Probably best to just fast travel in that case. Okay, let's chat with you. Apparently we learned something about how the inversion process works.
Descendant, I have finally pinpointed the location of the inversion furnace.
Okay, so that wasn't it?
The facility is in the basement of Fortress Command. I have detected colossi remains that have been melted by the furnace, flowing in that direction. But our enemies have already established a line of defense between here and the command facility. The commander of this fortress must be waiting for us. Descendant, do you think we can break through this Vulgis defense line with the forces we have? I regret pushing you into a corner, but I believe this is the only way.
We'll be fine, Guide. Right now, we have no choice but to get it done. All units, converge upon the point of attack at the fortress's defense line. Maintain your position there, ready for our final operation.
Okay. We are making our final push, and you will, they brought glory, and that's what matters, Camilo, exactly. You could share the glory with the fallen. Okay. So, it seems we now have the final zone of the fortress available to us. Maybe before we head over there, worth taking another quick look at the gear we have accumulated, because we do have some stuff that's still lower level, relatively speaking. It's still higher than what we currently have equipped, but yeah, that's basically the same value. I think, where do we draw the line now? Maybe at 88? And that means a whole bunch of reactors. Wow. Okay. I know we had a few that we really liked. Most notably this one that's doing the whole glitchy thing. I think that one wasn't bad either. Let's see. It is electric. Does have another electric boost. Do not currently have a machine gun equipped. I don't like the sub power. I think we can potentially do better. Okay, that's actually getting really annoying. Sub attack power, I could just barely read as one. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Maybe by getting rid of some of them, make it easier to read the others. Okay. Read the ones we can read, I suppose. This is electric. It's slightly better in some cases, slightly worse in others. V is the power that we really care about, or the one that we're using most often. So for that to be a downgrade is not ideal. Chill boost on non-elemental, no thank you. Heal modifier, crit hit damage, still think we can do better. Skill effect range, crit hit damage for fire, I think that might be worth holding on to. Sub attack power, blah. So the skill range is nice. Additional attack against specific enemies. Fire damage, no, not on an electric reactor. Toxic boost and reduce skill cost on a toxic reactor. That does make sense. Maybe we'll hold on to that. Crit rate and crit damage. Ooh, very nice. On a chill one, okay. Don't like that. We had a tactical rifle. This could be decent. I mean, it's level 88. At this point, I think we probably should not sell anything that's 88. I mean, 89 is the highest, but it unfortunately is just standard rarity, so it's not really a use case for that. Okay, so we'll trash there. Trash those ones. Now, let's see. You... Shield recovery out of combat? I don't really care much about that. Max shield, item acquisition distance, blah. Kuiper module, I think, was this the one we were saying we really liked before? Oh, it's just lower values than this. Kuiper module, yeah, just a worse version of that. So we'll junk this one. No thank you. Equipment drop rate and toxin resistance. Okay, this is the slot that we are currently using for toxin resistance. It's not as high of a number for that, but we do gain health, and we double our equipment drop rate bonus. Is that worth doing? It might be. I mean, it's also a 21 level increase for what it's worth, which probably means we should look to make that switch. And that was part of a set, but we'd still have 2 of that set, so we're still getting exactly the same bonus. See, chill resistance is still significantly less than the chill we have on our existing one. And here, we'd lose a bunch of fire. We do gain a whole bunch of health. And at this point, we would lose the bonus. Again, a chill decrease. Get some MP and a little bit more HP. Don't know if that's reason enough, though. Okay, this is slightly lower fire resistance. Better module drop rate. Lower defense. It's close. If it didn't break the set, maybe it would be worth doing. Might be worth holding on to. If we weren't using the set, then you could potentially justify it. Okay, so we're not selling absolutely everything, but I think that's okay for now. Should have enough inventory space to spare. Don't need to have everything open. Oh, is this... Oh, we need to move to the next spot. It's like, wait a second, this looks familiar. Okay. So if we go here... So this should be the last section of the last zone. Now, I don't know if that truly means the story, the narrative to the game is over after this, because there is a hard mode after this, which is going through the same zones with higher level enemies, but does the plot change for that? I'm not sure, because we still have not... I mean, we're attacking the enemy's base, yes, but... And we've heard some mention of the big baddie being around here, but it doesn't feel like there's been enough moving in that direction to suggest that we are going to defeat the big baddie at the end of this zone. So I don't know.
I will stand with
Again,
you
it's always
until the
Ajax.
end.
Not really talking much to Viessa, let alone Lepic.
It's finally come to this. The success of our entire operation depends on this fight.
I mean, that looks... that sounds very final.
First lecture. Nervous. Still, the situation is actually better than that day. It looks like there was a battle that took place when the colossi appeared, drawn to the inverted energy. The fortress defense system was destroyed, and the key base for the fortress...
don't really need to know these details.
What's there to ask? Let's just go.
Great, let's move.
Okay. Once again, under ideal circumstances, we would join someone else who is in the middle of the mission. This is currently an active mission. And it's not even going to teleport us because we're already standing next to the enemies who are a part of the mission. Okay, it's another bunny. They're not level, so they're fairly high up there. So hopefully that's not an issue. Oh, I thought there were enemies here. There are over here, though. Excuse me. Thanks. Got a party request from someone else? Whose name I don't recognize? I don't know what that's all about. Is that someone we were playing with before? Oh no, that is the person we are with right now. Huh? Would that mean that we would stay with them even after this mission? Is that the difference there? I mean, as of right now, of course we are with them.
Receiving more data.
It's not
Analyze it,
immediately
Descendant.
relevant to us. Hello. Ow.
Shield!
Was that both of us saying that line at exactly the same time? It sounded that way. Ow. Oh, okay, we did finish that section though.
Be careful. The Vulgis are blocking your way.
You don't say. Okay, I'm just supposed to keep training enemies, okay? Cool, because that is what I was doing. Oh, explodey deuce. Worth noting, don't run straight into them. Casually nab some of that real quick.
Descendant. That Vulgus is remotely blocking the data transmission.
Oh,
You must eliminate them.
a lot of guys with force fields. Can we actually go in? We can.
Data received. Now I can accurately determine a route to the inversion furnace.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, if we were to have accepted that person's party invitation, then we perhaps would still be officially with them right now, even in between missions, but you know, we can just tag along behind them and join them this way. And get us teleported slightly further forward. Is there a shield block our grappling hook as well? Just pick up the stuff that they were dropping over here. Oh, they are ready to attack.
Good. 2 more to go. I'll send the locations of the other colossi remains to
2
your
more,
receipt.
you said? Gotcha. And maybe it's easier to just this way. And you had a nice drop. Excuse me. What is your deal? Glowy and unbreakable defense. I regret to inform you, we have broken said defense. I almost broke my body by exploding that thing directly on top of us.
One more to go. You can do it. Looks like someone on their side thinks just like me. You said it.
Oh, we've not heard from Essimo in a long time. Excuse me, one moment. Give me a second to reload. Oh, that's probably gonna be a boss after this.
Thanks for defusing the IED.
No? Okay. Mission accomplished. Okay, I suppose we'll continue to tag along with our new buddy. Oh, they even waited for us. Look at that. Oh, actually, someone else here who was already doing it. And that might be the final boss of this mission. It was. Okay. Well, that works. That certainly speeds things up. Oh, and we got a resource for one of the unique weapons. All right.
I'm putting my faith in you too, Ajax.
Is this going to be the final dungeon? I'm guessing it might be. That's cool. That's not a player Ajax, that's an NPC Ajax using an actual Ajax skill. Okay, one chance, one opportunity. Oh man, drop the Eminem lines right now. Right, nice speedrun. Would we capture it? Alright, an AI, oh well, we know about the guy. That's not new.
Descendant, it seems we've finally made it.
We'll listen to this one, I guess.
The last colossus has been melted in the furnace, and the inversion furnace is ready to be activated. We are also ready to retrieve the ironheart that was submerged in Arcade. We are waiting on you now, Descendant. We only have one chance to activate the furnace and crush the ironheart. I believe we can do this. We will destroy the ironheart together.
Okay. So, this is another one that theoretically should be pretty easy for it to load us in with a full squad, so I don't think we need to be concerned about synchronizing with the other people we were with before. Let's just get rid of the lower level stuff, and at this point we've started to get level 90 weapons as well. That's the new threshold. So maybe draw the line at scrapping all 88s, because we don't have that much level 90 stuff yet. This is where the reactors... You know, at this point, does it make any sense to still hold on to level 80, low 80 reactors when we're starting to get level 90? Maybe, maybe not. Unfortunately, our level 91... It does have a huge skill effect range, which is nice, but it has non-attribute bonus when it is a fire reactor, so that does not align. Maybe that's still good enough to hold on to. We did have some really good fire ones before. Oh, hey, maybe it's not going to be exactly the same ones that glitch out this time, so it's going to be a little bit easier to know which ones we can scrap. So I think that was one we liked. That's just a normal rarity. Don't like that. I think we saw this and we liked this. This is the double crit we saw before. It is chill boost on chill reactor. Fusion skill power. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember if Fiesta has fusion skills, but if she does, that's decent. Fire on a toxic reactor. Thunder Cage is the bonus weapon, and we are actually using Thunder Cage, so that is applicable. It is higher damage for some, but not all, of our skills, and the ones that it is not an upgrade for are the ones that matter. So that's a little unfortunate. We might still hold on to it, though. For a toxic character, that could definitely be worth using. Let's see. Dimension and tech. Tactical rifle, electric. I think we can do better. Crit rate. Skill effect range. I do really like that combo. For fire stuff later on. And we're getting lots of success with fire reactors. This one does have a really nice crit damage roll, but it is electric for the little boost. I mean, honestly, the huge crit damage roll is probably still reason enough to use it, even if you're not getting that 6.75 electric damage bonus. Unlike this one, where the attribute, or the toxic skill bonus, whoops, does not match up. And the bonus damage against a specific subset of enemies, yeah, no thanks. Non-attribute bonus on an electric reactor, no thanks. Just common rarity there. Skill crit, and infusion. I mean, once we get up to 89, as long as it's rare, we should probably hold on to it. Okay, so we dump those. Dump the standard rarity. Equipment drop rate, shield recovery modifier. Oh, this is very similar to what we have right now. I like what we have right now better, though. And for this one, this is where we're getting the chill resistance, so I don't think we want to make that change. You have to break the set to do this, which I don't think we want to do for that. No thank you on this. Although that is a ton of health. Item acquisition distance, blah. Yeah, I mostly said no to this because I saw the DBNO duration. I was like, yeah, no, don't care about that. Fire resistance, which we are getting from this spot, it's slightly lower. Oh, we saw this before, right? And we said if not for the set, we'd probably consider making this change, but at the very least worth continuing to hold on to it. You're definitely trash, though. You are probably also trash. Okay. Alright, so we've cleared out room. Not a full inventory, but a lot more here. So I think we can take on what theoretically is what appears to be the final mission of the game. Oh, hold on. There's a temporary save zone that we have not technically activated here. Let's do that. There we go. Get the fast travel spot so we can come back here more easily. But, I mean, again, I'm kind of doubting that this is actually the last encounter. Today is Camilo. So, I mean, surely there's something after this, right? I don't know. Oh, we don't have to talk to you. I meant to do this. Alright, let's get going. I guess we'll go with Bunny. I don't know. Okay, there is... Oh, wait. I want to see what the chance for that to drop is. So there is a unique weapon components. The drop rate for it is 100% again. Huh. Okay, I mean, it seems like that... I think that's the same one that had a 100% drop chance in the previous dungeon area. So if two components have a 100% drop chance, then that is very farmable. I mean, maybe the remaining two are nightmares to get, but I'm pretty sure we already had some of the other, at least one of the other components, so I think that Greg's Reverse Fate, at this late stage in the game at least, is potentially quite easy to get. Okay, but let's go. Let's go. Thanks, Camilo. Thanks. So, one would assume this is going to be difficult. Hopefully we have strong teammates, because our weapons are 82 at this point, and this is now an 89 or possibly even level 90 zone, so we're a little underpowered from that standpoint, not dramatically so. But against a difficult boss, that could be a factor.
Descendant, I'll operate the furnace and start the inversion furnace
One person on our team is level 8. This concerns me a bit. Hopefully this is not their first go-around on this mission. They know what they're doing and
you must move quickly.
it won't be an issue.
Guide, I've heard that the inversion process releases an enormous amount of energy.
We should also get a huge cutscene at the end of this, I would imagine.
That the
Possibly
unit's
one that
potential
basically ends the game, I don't know.
If we can escape while the ironheart is still in the inversion furnace, the Descendants will not be exposed to the energy. Our biggest problem is the Vulgis commander leading the force's defense. If they appear, they will delay everything, lowering our chance of success.
Ow.
Up to us. I'll blow them up no matter how strong they are.
Nothing else. The drops from this mission, very good. What did I say the level was on that other person before? Was it 8? Oh, because it's 8 now. I did not know that was gonna turn into a whole bunch of laser beams. I was just focusing on that one. Nor did I... Okay. Maybe we go slowly here and double check where the laser beams are. Okay, I think our teammates got far enough to deactivate them. Surprise! There are lasers. Okay, because like Kulan is not the name of the final big bad dude, which is in part why I feel like this is not actually going to be the last encounter of the game. Do you have to finish the game in hard mode to make that happen, or is there an entirely separate encounter after this that is outside of this zone? I don't know, but I am curious.
Must complete the operation before that happens.
Oh. Level 40 is the first person to go down. And don't worry, we don't have a level 8 person anymore. We're level 9 now. Yeah, that was just a level 93 item that we picked up. I didn't catch what it was. It might have been a reactor. So that just goes to show we had a few things, very small number, that were level 90. So all the way up to 93 though. Very nice. Oh. And now it's level 9 for sure. Yeah, this would presumably be a very good mission to farm.
Communications with Master Corel.
Nice to meet you, too.
There's no response from Agios either. However, Master Corel doesn't need to know why the scum...
Oh, I was like, that's an enemy spawner. Can we go in there? I didn't think we could.
Says nothing.
Waiting for there to be more laser beams. Feels like this is where they would break out more laser beams.
We will fight the Descendants there.
Not now that we're in another big arena area. In between the areas where they throw them in sometimes. Oh, I heard the sound of a big drop somewhere. You have my attention. Where is it? It's a level 92 weapon, but I don't think that was it. Usually it's just for either crafting resources or ultimate rarity stuff. There you can see, it's a pretty basic enemy. Damage against it, not great. Pick up whatever the thing was? I feel like we didn't. Oh, this is it over here. It was that. Was a crafting resource. Confirmed. Excuse me. Oh. Okay, it's level 9 guy again. Cut him some slack. He's still holding his own.
We need our quartermaster in one piece.
like he's constantly going down. I was so ready for that to be a jinx.
All forces, destroy the inversion furnace's control system. I don't want to meddle with
okay,
Arch's
well...
declared accomplishment.
Uh-oh. This is not good timing.
You vermin will not have it your way.
Descendant, it's too late. The enemy is fighting back.
The enemy is in fact fighting back. That's very observant of you to notice that.
We must stop them.
Uh-oh. Dodge! I dodged too early. We have Sharon who can go invisible to get the revives, which honestly is gonna be necessary, I imagine. It's been a while since we last had a boss that does one of those types of attacks where it locks in on you and you have to dodge just before it goes off. This type of attack right here. I zoned out a little bit, slash was about to... Did everyone get dropped by that? No, one person is up. I was going to turn on our speed of light to dodge it instead, and I waited slightly too long, rather than just going with the normal dodge.
Passing the torch.
Got a little too clever.
Thank you, Sharon.
Okay, I don't know how much progress we're actually making, because it feels like we're just constantly reviving our teammates. Is this actually the final boss of the zone? Usually a boss with, or an enemy with multiple invulnerability phases like this would be the final boss of the area. So maybe it is, in which case, alright, that's a little bit... It makes me feel a little bit better about current state of affairs. If this is not the final boss, and yet he is wiping our team consistently, then I would be concerned about what's coming next after this. So right now, at least while that's active, we can dodge it. There we go. That's just by having high movement speed to begin with. Uh-oh.
My shields. Enzo, come on, up.
Oh, is he reviving? He's reviving. Where is the bot? Well, that went off in a third of the time it went off on previous occasions.
Hey, am I shorting out already?
Okay, it did so again that time, so it's not a coincidence. It is going faster. You basically have to instantly dodge now.
You'd consider slowing down, but
as evidenced by that.
I really wish someone would help.
Huh. Okay, that's the only person up, and I don't think they realize it. Are you getting him? You're getting him. Okay, so there's no margin for error. You must immediately dodge. What we've concluded, we did survive that. And then they did it again immediately. Wow. That's brutal. Dodge. Hold on, is he gonna do it 2 times in a row? He did it 2 times in a row last time. Apparently not. Just get out of this immunity phase. Dodge. Dodge. Oh, I thought I did that one too early. Like, I don't know if it's just at a certain point he starts doing it much faster. Dodge. Wait for it. Dodge. Or if it's just every subsequent time it becomes faster. That time it was not... What? The timing was totally different that time. Do you see that? That was the original timing. Is it because he wasn't in the immunity phase anymore? Okay, I think that's how we read into that. When he's in the immunity phase, it goes significantly faster. So this one, we will have time for. But that is really disorienting. because there is a rhythm to that, for sure. And it hits hard enough, at least for us, that it one-shots us, and it seems like that is also the case for many of our teammates, because you don't need to immediately dodge there. Now we do. Oh, that stinks. That was very unfortunate positioning. Try it again. Oh, I tried to use the grappling hook as a workaround that time, which may have been tempting fate. Again. That was close. He's about to die, so we're just gonna go for damage here. Then we get our kill.
Enzo, come on, up.
Alright, that guy was a pain in the butt. Because that ability, which we had seen before, we had not seen it like that. That was much stronger when he had the quick trigger on it, and just the way that it changed the timing at various points in the fight really messed with my head. Started to get a feel for when he did the quick one and when he didn't. That helped. But still. As you saw. That might not have been the final boss after all. And we only have one team death to spare at this point. So, okay. I assume there are more enemies in this case.
Descendant, I've located the core facility necessary to activate the furnace.
Yeah, this is the final area.
Then we can be sure that the inversion operation
Not the previous spot. So, fingers crossed that whoever we encounter in here is easier. For a moment it felt like a scripted death. Like there's no way to avoid dying to that previous guy. I don't know. Okay, we can't be off by ourselves though. In fact, I think that, yeah, some of our teammates were still making it through that area. We need to be really careful because the only one death we're allowed to have here at this point. So don't want to get overly ambitious, at least not until we have more people here. That guy keeps throwing something nice. Oh, that guy is glowing very brightly. That was the drop. Gladiator. It's a module. I don't know offhand what it does. Did I just see one of those circles around me for a second there? Like that boss was constantly hitting us with before? Or am I making that up? Just imagining that? Bad time to reload right when we knock his shield down. Probably throw this on. It's kind of the whole reason why we're using Bunny in the first place. Oh, there's a lot more over there. A whole other room, it seems. Oh gosh. Oh, that's not good. If both of us die, we lose.
Serious? My shields! We need our quartermaster in one piece.
Thanks for the boost, buddy.
Okay.
Somebody
Just
like
quickly
this.
double back here.
Guide, have you stopped the enemy from destroying
Oh man, there's a fair bit more apparently. So we need to hold this zone.
Once I have completed this, I will be able to activate
Oh dear.
But
the automation system.
I mean, I can't tell if there's just more in this dungeon than there were in previous dungeons because it's the last one, or if we are just going extremely slowly because Well, we've died a few times, and maybe our damage is subpar.
I'm coming now. I'll take care of it.
Ajax, you're not thinking straight. We can't hold the defense line without you. If it falls, we'll all fall to the Vulgis.
Damn it.
Descendant, what do you think? Descendant? Descendant, I understand. I inform everyone that we will proceed with the operation.
What do you mean? You're going ahead with the operation?
She has a point. We've come too
That
far
fire
to
on the
give
ground
up.
does deal damage to us.
We have to protect the defense line. If we fall here, it'll be all over
I
for
thought
the
we were
guys in
breaking the
furnace.
defense line. What do you mean, protect the
We'll
defense
really
line?
have to steel ourselves for this.
I thought we were talking about their defense line, not ours. So how do we get over there? Oh, through here. Lasers? Don't rule it out. Surely this is the final boss
That is the
arena,
inversion
right?
furnace.
This is the inversion
When you are
furnace.
ready,
There you go.
I'll remove the ironheart from the arcade.
I mean, surely there are going to be enemies here as well,
Until
right?
the end, Descendant.
Yeah, the fact that you gave us a resurrection limit. I don't know what I'm doing, but apparently I'm doing it. I did the thing.
Inversion sequence activated. Initiating ironheart overload.
I'm guessing we don't want to be in those red
As we overload
circles,
and destroy the ironheart,
but we do want to be in this
experience anomalous
big
events
blue
in the
circle.
area around the furnace. It seems this energy is very similar to void erosion. Be careful. Getting close to it.
Oh,
can be
that
dangerous.
does make it much harder.
But you cannot place yourself too far from the furnace either.
It says level
I
1.
need a Descendant's arcade.
Never noticed that before.
Control
I don't know what the
furnaces.
significance of that is, if there is any.
How do these vermin have an iron heart?
Okay, so the guy who was trash talking us at the very beginning apparently was not the dude who was repeatedly killing us before.
The inversion furnace.
I assume he's going to show up at some point in the very near future.
Restore communications immediately.
Ironheart mass reduction. 30%. The heart
No, it says a lot more than 30% where I'm looking.
Void erosion is also increasing. Be careful.
The defense line is collapsing. More Vulgus forces are heading to the furnace. They have enough to worry about over there.
We have to step it up.
Ironheart mass reduction. 60%.
It's a lot more than 60.
Watch out for the falling fragments of the anti-materialized.
Watch out for the bomb fragments? Is that what you just said? Oh. Okay.
Are they trying to destroy it? So that's what they were intending all along.
Well, there's the dude. The boss dude.
Damn it.
Oh, he looks very different.
The line. He's heading your way.
Oh, gosh.
Cover me. I need to help Ajax.
Oh no.
Worry about me. Go help. The
Okay.
furnace.
The heat. Yes. I was made this place for
Oh, that happened very quickly.
I will go to clip off.
Descendant. The Vulgis has activated an emergency.
He's immune.
shutdown
I'm
of the
not
inversion
sure
furnace.
what we need to do to end his
We
immunity.
cannot complete the overloading sequence until we remove this final safety measure.
Remove a safety measure.
Focus and deactivate the final safety measure.
Okay. That thing? Still not really sure what I'm looking for here. He has clones of himself, I'm noticing. Uh-oh. Where are they? Oh no. Come on. Nope, don't hit me. Don't hit me. Stop doing that.
Master in one piece.
Oh, his immunity phase is down. Who knows where he just went? No. I can tell you where he went now. Think you're getting that person? Yes. Okay, he's coming for us. He is absolutely coming for us. We theoretically can outrun him. I would hope, at least. When we have mana, that is. Oh no, not there. Not there. Right on the edge of the circle. Don't come get us now. We're about to bleed out though, I think. Big, thank you. There is another person over there.
Enzo, thank you.
Please do not pay attention to us.
Hey, am I shorting out already?
I still don't really get what it is that we're... Is it this thing we're supposed to shoot? That must be that thing. That ends his immunity phase. Oh yeah, and you can see where they are because there's a line between him and those devices. Can't really see how much health they have though. Did we get rid of him? We might have. Oh, well, don't stand there. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh dear. We might be about to lose. We can only have one person die here. Okay, I'm gonna trust Sharon to do it with her cloak. That was close as well. That... Every time we're right on the edge of the circle. It feels kind of unfair just how quick that attack is. Oh, what? If they gave you a split second longer to get out of that circle, it would feel much more reasonable. Because, I mean, we are actively running out of the circle, and yet we are hit with it basically every time. Did we kill him?
Descendant. Destroy the ironheart.
I think we did. I was too busy running in the opposite direction at the time. Here he is.
Has the Ironheart's location been confirmed?
I cannot detect the energy of the Ironheart in the fortress. Corel, it appears that the Ironheart has been destroyed.
Turn the ship around. We'll put it back.
Not sure what that little look over the shoulder was all about.
The Vulgis fleet is retreating.
I repeat, the Vulgis fleet is retreating. Command, what's the situation?
We've confirmed there has been a massive explosion at a critical fortress. The Ironheart appears to be destroyed. But I can't locate the Descendant signal. Descendant, please respond. Descendant!
Descendant, can you hear me? The Ironheart has been destroyed. Thank you for believing in me.
Now I will take over the world.
Now no one can alter the balance of Ingress.
Except me.
However, Ingress still needs you.
Okay, maybe she doesn't have the dramatic twist.
Void dimension. This signature is... It is the Descendants, okay?
Seneca, confirm the coordinates. Engaging emergency transmitter. Initiating transmission.
Oh? We just get magically transported? We act on the assumption that they brought us back that way? Apparently. Okay, it feels like they kind of cut out an important part there, but sure.
Ironheart destruction confirmed. The operation is a success.
Wow! We won!
I knew we'd be able to do it.
This is definitely one for the books. It'll be perfect for history lectures.
The Vulgis are retreating here too! I really thought we were goners for a minute.
It's a shame that the Ironheart we used as bait couldn't be saved.
Hey, we survived. That's more than enough.
Okay. I assume we're gonna talk to Alpha? No, Nell. Okay. Well, we destroyed one of the Ironhearts before, didn't we? In this game, the void is green. Yeah, it's a little surprising. It looks kind of Matrix-y, right? We did destroy one of the previous Ironhearts, right? And there were 3 total. That was only the second. So isn't there still one left somewhere? I don't know. I guess I lost track of what was going on with every single Ironheart, but it's a little strange. It seems like we're making such a big deal about this one Ironheart when it's not like that's the first or the only Ironheart we ever got rid of, and I think there still is one more somewhere. So I don't know. Maybe, you know, obviously we skipped through a lot of the dialogue, so maybe we missed some things for that reason, or maybe I'm just misunderstanding. Oh, Nell is up here. What? Okay.
What is it now?
Oh, so, I mean, I know that's just, like, the thing that you always say when anyone starts talking to you, but that feels so out of place in this case. You just saved the world, and we thought you were dead, but we were only just barely able to bring you back, and this is the first time I'm seeing you. What is it now?
Thank heavens, Descendant. You're okay.
The tonal shift.
I thought we had lost you. Your chance of
We thought we
survival
lost you.
was
What
close
is it
to
now?
0%. I think the destruction of the Ironheart forced a connection to the Void. That's why you were sucked into void space. Anyway, I'm very relieved that I'm able to personally deliver this incredible news to you. The operation to destroy the Ironheart was a success. The Vulgis forces at each front are retreating. The fact that they've ceased attacking suggests that Corel must have lost a significant strategic target. After being outmatched at every turn, humankind has finally turned the tide in this war. I'm compiling all operation reports, including for the situation at the White Knight Gulch.
Oh, right, we
All the
have
sites
one of the
that were
Ironhearts at the
dispatched
White
there
Knight
are
Gulch.
reported
Okay,
to
I
be
think that's
fine.
where the last one is.
Alpha will explain in more detail. Please return to HQ.
Or is that the one that we destroyed earlier? I don't remember.
Just a moment. Speaking as myself, and not as an executive officer of HQ, I'd like to personally thank every Descendant.
It's not what it sounded like before.
Especially you. You destroyed the Ironheart and prevented an unimaginable crisis. We're all in your debt. Thank you, Descendant, for everything.
Standing by for Operation D.
Huge gold, huge
Descendants
Kuiper
will
Shard,
return
and
to
energy activator. That
Report
is a
to
big
HQ.
crafting resource.
Good job, Eugen.
You too, Captain.
Blair, you'll cook something for us when we get back, won't you?
Of course! We're gonna empty the food stores.
It's the resource that allows you to increase the capacity cap on either a character or weapon, so that's one of the more limited access and more difficult to get ones.
Just get to the point. Good job, everyone. No. Good job doesn't do it justice. The future of the entire human race depended on this operation. And humankind came together to pull it off. Now, Corel and the Vulgis are retreating. Corel discovered that we had taken the inverted Ironheart and tried to come after us. But he was too late. By then, the heart had already been destroyed. We've achieved this major victory due to your actions, Descendant. I'm very glad that we have all of you and the guide still with us.
Look at that, he likes the guide now.
Corel took the Ironheart we used as bait and disappeared without
Okay, no, Corel has the last one. Okay.
We're currently using all of our recon assets to search for Corel's flagship. But we do not know what the outcome will be.
Oh, it's probably the one that he had at the very beginning, right?
We have to remember that this war is not over yet. Corel still has 2 Ironhearts.
What? How many freaking Ironhearts are there?
Something even more dangerous as we speak. And there are still Vulgis forces across Ingress. Without a chain of command, they'll be running riot. For now, we're going to focus on our defense at each front and commence an operation to track down Corel's ship and the Ironhearts. Savor this triumph, everyone. Then let's regroup and keep going. From this moment forward, we aim for total victory. I look forward to working together again soon, Descendant.
You have completed one of the sacred missions of the ancestors, Descendant. I'm so proud of you. However, there is something I must tell you regarding the destruction of the remaining Ironhearts.
Okay.
Come, Descendant.
If you must. Yeah, I thought there were 3 Ironhearts at the beginning. Corel took 2 of them, we got 1 of them, we destroyed the one that we had. We just destroyed 1 now, and yet you say Corel still has 2. That would mean there are 4. So where did this 4th Ironheart come from? I don't know. Clearly I lost track at some point, or maybe the game did. Alright, what does the guide have to say?
Many people were willing to sacrifice their lives for the final operation. But your courage was exceptional. You risked your own life and destroyed the Ironheart in my place, even though I am merely an AI. If it weren't for you, humankind would no longer be here. But Descendant, there is something I need you to know for the future. As you know, the Magisters wanted the Ironhearts in exchange for the resources and technology that the Magisters provide for humankind. Because we destroyed an Ironheart, the Magisters may threaten humanity due to the breach of that agreement.
Okay, so now the Magisters are full-blown enemies, potentially?
In the future, and they may even be less forthcoming with their support. But don't forget, every single one of the Ironhearts must be eliminated from Ingress. As long as you remember that, we can withstand anything that comes. Continue to fulfill your calling as a Descendant and protect the people you love. I will help humanity. I believe in you, Descendant. Your journey is not over yet.
Descendant.
Okay,
I am so
here,
you're still alive.
we finished the starting
The
difficulty.
hero that saved humankind.
Oh, hold on.
I have a favor to request of you.
Okay, Seneca, who's the Colossus dude, the guy who tells us when there's a new Colossus to fight, also wants to speak with us, but that was the final mission in the normal difficulty, which is why I kept on saying, is this gonna be the last encounter, the last mission? Because it, on one hand, kind of feels like it, on the other hand, not really, and so it seems like they kind of structured the narrative such that, well, it's a partial conclusion. We've destroyed 2 out of 4 of the Ironhearts, so you do half in the normal mode and half in the hard mode, I guess. Maybe that's why they added an additional Ironheart somewhere along the way. And so it does seem like the narrative will continue to advance. It's not just a purely, repeated set of missions with exactly the same plot for the second go-round. And it's just, the enemy levels and the loot that changes. There is actually some continuation on the plot here, because now we're trying to chase after Corel and get those last 2 Ironhearts. So anyways, you can take on difficult missions by changing the difficulty. Challenge yourself to receive rewards that can only be acquired from hard difficulty missions, as I was just saying. Try your hand at hard difficulty infiltration operations and void intercept battles. Receive rewards that can only be acquired through hard difficulty missions. Okay, you're going to say this for every single type of mission. Check the map for hard difficulty rewards. Check locations for your desired rewards. Check all rewards to see rewards that vary. Okay. You made your point. And I don't think the game was expecting anyone to remember. I mean, it's supposed to be the most important plot point. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, there's this 4th artifact thing that we never mentioned, but it exists. And that was secretly part of the plan all along. We just never told you about it for some reason. Okay, I expect this to be a new Colossus fight for us. Let's see.
When I located your arcade signal in the void, I was very relieved. Losing a descendant such as yourself is like experiencing the apocalypse all over again.
I mean, that's a little dramatic.
I am very pleased to see you again, Descendant. However, the energy generated from the destruction of the Ironheart has sent ripples through the deepest recesses of the void. Unfortunately, this means we're likely to encounter colossi of a completely different standard in the future.
Right, because we're going to have hard mode colossi.
I still agree with the decision to destroy the Ironhearts. If all the Ironhearts are completely destroyed, the colossi...
Can't ignore the auto-tune in this guy's voice. I feel like there are a few characters who have that.
As closing the dimensional wall is pointless now. The Ironhearts must be removed from Ingress. I heard that you have submerged the inverse.
And yet somehow it's still flat, even with that auto-tune, right?
Guarantee that they won't be drawn to that energy, Descendant. But the night is darkest just before the...
Whoa! You can't say that. That's from Batman. You just completely ripped off that line. What the heck? That's like one of the most famous lines from Batman. You can't do that. What the heck?
As always, I put my faith in your strength and determination, Descendant.
Excuse me? I think the lawyers for, what is it, Warner Brothers would like to have a word with you. Oh man. Well, okay then. Well, we did get a lot of drops from that mission, including some going as high as level 93. I'm pretty sure that is... Oh no, that is not the same type of weapon we have here. That is... Despite being 6 levels higher, you say the DPS is lower? That makes sense. I forget... We are currently using smithereens in our shotgun slot, however... We did have a non-ultimate weapon there previously, and I can't remember. It was in a blink, I think, not subconsciousness. Although I think subconsciousness might also be very good. That is a very high DPS number. And has an 11% increased firearm attack, some base fire attack damage. The hip fire accuracy, maybe not a huge deal. But that looks good. You might want to use that. I think, maybe we hold on to everything, what do we say, 90 and above? I mean, we have a couple of 93s, 192, and then we drop down to 90. I mean, as I was, I think, saying in that previous mission, that technically would be a good one to grind, in part to get higher level drops. And so hopefully then we could get more things at 93, and those become the weapons we use to increase the level of the weapons we actually want. I'm not entirely... I mean, we probably don't need this many things at level 90. At the very least, maybe we'll hold on to just a few, just in case we do want to make some of those level improvements. But again, I mean, obviously we'd like to do that with the 93s. Then for the reactors... Again, the higher level reactors mean the lower ones are becoming potentially irrelevant. I'm just going to get rid of the ones that are standard rarity first. That's a pretty safe bet. Okay. Frozen. Maybe we start at the top? See if we like things that are the high level stuffs. I mean, the problem here becomes... Yeah, I mean, is this perfect? No. It has the electric as the random stat, but it's a fire reactor. So it does not align well, and then the HP heal modifier is probably not a very useful stat for us either. And this is technically a damage upgrade for Bunny right here. We could throw it on, but might be better still elsewhere. Toxic power damage on a electric reactor. I do like the skill effect range. 23% on that is nice. Is a little bit lower damage than the one that we were just switching to, though. Might still be worth it. Get that 23% AoE. A toxic reactor with toxic as the bonus element. That is nice. And that is probably now our best toxic reactor. Skill effect range, non-attribute skill bonus ratio. Don't ask me how I read. Oh, now you'll let me see it now that I've junked it. Thanks. Okay, well now it's down to level 91, and we do have a 93 over there, so probably reason enough to not use it. Electric boost on a non-attribute reactor. It's not ideal. Not again. What if I junk it? Does that make it go away? Nope, not this time. And now it does. If I unjunk it. Crit rate, chill bonus. That's a huge crit rate, but chill bonus on a, again, non-elemental reactor. It's unfortunate. Non-attribute on a fire reactor with skill effect range. Getting some of the pieces. And, you know, if it were our highest level reactor, I'd say maybe it's worth it. Just for the base damage alone, but now that we're several levels down, I think we can probably start just scrapping more or less all of these. Unless you have double crit hit. Well, crit hit rate and skill range I do like, but we are all the way down to level 88 at this point. I think we probably do just start scrapping. At this point, the level difference is significant enough. These might be... I do really like that, but these might be valuable enough that it's actually worth selling rather than just scrapping them. And we are in town, so that is certainly possible. Let's see, of the new stuff here, you do have better toxin resistance and better HP. We lose the equipment drop rate and gain item acquisition distance. That much I do not like, that last part. I think we still scrap you. Here, do the same types of external components always have the same element resistance? Because it feels like this is always the case. We're always trading fire res for fire res, cold res for cold res, so on and so forth. And, you know, if that happens every once in a while, you'd say, okay, sure, it's a coincidence, but it's what, 4 elements? And so at 5 if you include just the base defense. But you know, that's a 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 chance of that happening. And if that happens multiple times, then suddenly the probability of that being the case is very low for that to be a coincidence. Now this does have a really nice module drop rate. We lose a little bit of fire res, basically an insignificant amount. We lose a somewhat significant amount of defense, but more importantly, we lose that 5% firearm crit rate from the set bonus. So maybe this is worth saving for when we aren't using. this set. I'm pretty sure that's the same thing we were saying for this. Yeah, you know what? For just going for grinding, that's probably the one we want to use, so I think we do junk this. You... Gold drop rate, much better defense. Oh, well, I mean, it is 23 levels higher, so that might have something to do with it. But we lose the electric resistance, and we once again lose the set bonus. So, I mean, at a certain point, you have to say to yourself, all right, we can't have the same dialogue, or the same dialogue. I was reading the chat where you're talking about the dialogue for a second there out of the corner of my eye. We can't have the same external components indefinitely, even if we like the set bonus. At a certain point, tripling the defense value, we have to consider making that change. Ooh. Okay, what about this? We do lose, actually, a somewhat significant amount of chill resistance. Yeah, I don't think we can justify that one. That one, I like the Kuiper Shard, but fire res is much lower. And then for you, all the way up at 92, firearm proficiency is honestly not even that high of a roll. I don't think that's good enough. Okay. What did we say about this one? It's good base stats in large part just because the thing we're using here is very old. So is this. Okay, I think we just sell that stuff. It might be high enough level at this point that it's actually worth something. And is Inace the person we're supposed to speak to for the main quest as well? Because she's a Magister, and that's the group of people that we apparently are not exactly making the best of friends with right now. Okay, we'll sell to you.
Something for battle.
I'm curious.
Find anyone better.
We sell all junk. I know that includes a bunch of things that are high rarity. It's about, well, 19-ish thousand, which is something, but, you know, the rate at which we're getting gold from other things is high enough that that's not really that big of a difference maker. Okay, let's see what you have to say after we destroyed the Ironheart. Have we ever had main quest things to speak with you about? I'm not sure. Obviously, we had a fair bit with you for Bunny's side quest not that long ago, but that was a side quest.
Humanity is very weak.
The stance of the Magisters. I feel like I've seen this name of the quest pop up somewhere else, maybe for some kind of challenge. I mean, this might kind of sort of be the final bow tied around finishing the normal difficulty campaign.
Descendant, I have heard that humankind has triumphed against Corel. Humans have won many battles over the years, but they continue to lose the war. Until now. This victory has helped to completely alter my perspective on humanity and Descendants. Although, you did all destroy...
I was going to say, I thought you were supposed to be mad at us for that.
The Council of Magisters won't easily forget the choice made by Albion headquarters. And considering that Magisters are of Vulgis origin, the enemy may be closer than you think.
Excuse me?
But
did anyone say that before?
The Council of Magisters. Some of the Magisters, myself included, will still root for humanity. I want you to remember that I will continue to stand with you all, despite whatever policy is decreed by the Council. It seems as if you'll need many things from me going forward.
Okay. I think that was one of the big, that might have been season-long challenge? Hold on, we can check. For the Battle Pass season level, we go here, we go... Yes. Enter the main quest, The Stance of the Magisters. So we got a bunch of season level XP and some of the supply coins from that. I'm not sure if we are far enough along to get any stuff from the second page. We need to be up at level 96 to do that. So we cannot yet afford to do so, though we're getting close. Or we don't have a high enough level to do so yet. We have 40 of these coins, so I think this is the one thing that I kind of like from this page. That's a nice art there. Otherwise, it's, you know, weapons that we probably aren't going to use. Maybe this little patch. But I think this presumably replaces the bunny, or that rather the teddy bear that we have for Bunny at least. Maybe for other characters though, you throw that on. This looks cool, but again, I think it's for a weapon that we probably wouldn't ever use. And then, okay, sure, alternate color palette for Viessa, which I think allows you to then use the various paint colors that we have sometimes unlocked, so that you can actually go with whatever color scheme you want on Viessa. It's still, this is her default, like, you know, outfit, whatever you want to call it, or skin. So it's basically just the color scheme that changes in this case. That's the thing that I like, as I was saying, and then this changes her hairstyle, which I don't particularly like. We can afford, or we do have enough levels to get the other stuff from this page, but the only thing we have enough coins to afford would be this, which is, again, a weapon that I don't think we're ever going to actually use, because I don't think it's very good. So, I think we just stick with this, and only this, for now. Okay, wait, hold on a second. Was there another page? Thought I just saw Battle Supply Shop. Okay, no, there's only 2 pages here. I saw something somewhere that said page complete, 0 out of 12. I saw this, and I was like, wait, are there 12 pages of that thing? That'd be insane. But no. Okay, so where do we stand? Looks like a side quest from the drone robo dude over here, whatever you want to call him. Not really a drone. But he is definitely a robo dude. Okay. Oh! That's a lot of stuff. So we did have a bit of a backlog from this robo dude's quests, because there was that ultimate rarity shotgun we had to create that took us a while to get. Only got it very recently, in fact earlier today I think. So maybe that that is why we're suddenly getting 4 quests at once now. Okay, that being said, this is the person who I'm least interested in listening to. New record has been unlocked. Okay, if you say so. Void Dimension Connection. A new boss, I assume? Or is this going to be the hard mode of the existing colossi? Overpowered if you're underprepared? Okay. Don't need you to slowly, painfully slowly tease out the tiniest little modicum of additional detail that we will find out almost instantly somewhere else. Okay, thought the Vulgis would stop attacking. They've reclaimed many parts, but haven't been able to stop the Vulgis from transporting their forces. Just tactical armored stuff. Okay. Vulgis are still attacking. That was probably meant to be a description that basically says, hey, the game is not over. Although other people have already told us that. I thought that said dialing with the Vulgis. I was very confused for a second. Okay, and that's again seemingly some other kind of way of trying to explain why we are now going back to areas that we had previously cleared. We apparently do have research done.
If there's something you need, you'll need to pay.
With the other smithereens. We take this. We already have it. This is the one that we currently have equipped, in fact. And we can upgrade it. The unique ability. Be curious to see exactly how it scales, because we had it equipped, but I'm not really sure we ever used it. Or if we did, it was only for the briefest of moments. We can make Greg's Reversed Fate. This was the weapon that had 2 components that were guaranteed to drop, or 1 from each of the end of zone dungeons in that last area. So this is the one that feels like it could be very farmable. And then, although we only have exactly 1 of each of the other components, I feel like this is one of the ones that I had deliberately held back on, because I knew there was a bottleneck elsewhere. Maybe not. So I don't know how easy the other components are to acquire. That, I don't know. well, we'll get it. That will be the first time we receive that weapon. Oh, we can afford to create, actually, at least 2. Oh no, only 1 energy activator. So again, this is the one that we got for free from finishing the main quest. It gives us the max capacity, or max module capacity improvement on either a character or a weapon, and it's really significant because it's like 20 extra module capacity. So it's, as you can see, expensive and requires some end game crafting resources. Namely, this we only got in the last area, this we only got in the last area, and this is like a 2 to 3% drop from several of the amorphous materials that you use from boss fights, maybe even the fusion reactors as well. So all this stuff is either very late game or very rare. And I mean, that's kind of understandable because there's a very finite number of times you would need to use one of these guys, and they are very significant. So I don't think we've used any yet, because I've been protective of the ones we have thus far. But maybe now we can start getting more aggressive with it. And we have used all of our research slots at the moment, although in 10 minutes we'll be able to start crafting one of you. And theoretically, this is now a resource we can grind out the materials to get more of. So I think that is kind of what we were waiting for. So we don't need to be quite as concerned about saving them anymore. Okay, then, oh, while we're here, let's upgrade or enhance the unique ability on you. So how exactly does this change things? It improves the fire rate, improves the aim recovery speed. The crit chance and crit damage remains the same. I was hoping those would go up. But the amplification duration increases. And that's the one that gives additional shells, or yeah, additional shells to the shotgun. So that, I'll be honest, that seems underwhelming. I mean, we'll do it. Oh, and we were also wondering if the cost goes up with each subsequent upgrade here. It's 50,000 this time. Was it 300,000 for our last upgrade on the Thunder Cage earlier? It might have been. But I might just be misremembering. So don't quote me on that. But okay, so Smithereens now upgraded one more time. And I think that was also a season quest of some variety. Enhance our unique weapons a certain amount. Okay, well actually, hold on. What level did we need to be at? Not this one. What level did we need to be at to access the second page here? Was it 92? Because we're 91 right now. It's 96. Okay, I was gonna say. We are definitely close at this point, but some of the ones that we have gotten as of late are much bigger. Like the daily ones only give you enough for a third of a level. It's 3,000 per level, that's 1,000 points each for the dailies. If you look at the weeklies, it gives you 3,000, so that's exactly one level per weekly. And, you know, we still have a few here. Using that crafting resource we were just talking about gives us one of those, so that'd get us up to 92. But then the season ones are the really big ones, and that's where we just got from completing the main quest, getting a whole bunch of gold. We got that a little while ago. And then the ultimate weapon upgrade 5 times is one that we just got. And so it'll be a while until we get any more of these, I would think. This looks like it's the closest for the mastery rank reaching level 20, but of course the amount of experience it takes to get those later levels is much higher. So that is not anywhere near as close as it might look right now. Honestly, this amorphous material is probably the closest, or even just doing boss battles. Number of enemies we need to defeat is kind of insane. So it'll be a while until we get any of these in all likelihood. In order to reach that 96 threshold, it's going to come more so from the weekly missions. Okay, so I thought it would be worth checking what the deal is with the colossi. Is there a new colossus? Is it just that the new
You need information.
hard mode is now available to us? Oh, no, there is a new colossus. They didn't really... Well, I guess they talked about it a little bit. The Hanged Man. And then, are we allowed to go into hard mode now? Complete Colossi from another dimension quest 1 times. I take that to mean we need to defeat the Hanged Man once before this becomes available. This is a stronger Executioner. That is one of the bosses we had previously. Same with Dead Bride. Same with Devourer. Same with Pyromaniac. Same with Swamp Walker. Obstructor is completely new. Frostwalker is completely new. And Molten Fortress is completely new as well. Okay. So that's good. I mean, I'm glad it's not just completely recycled bosses that are higher health and higher damage and nothing else. That at least gives you... I mean, that is the case for some of them, for sure. But there's a little bit more than just that. And I actually don't have a ton of time left today. But we might have enough time to attempt this Hanged Man fight once or twice, depending on how long it takes. What the heck? It's a dragon. Sort of. This is the dinosaur, right? Okay. What's its deal? So... it deals electric damage. It is weak to toxic damage. You want electric resistance. We actually have... oh, these are probably the amorphous materials just from those 2 dungeons we finished today. Okay. So, technically speaking, that would suggest the best Descendant for us to use would be...
Are you?
Freyna, of course. She is our toxic
Do as I say.
Descendant.
If you want to live.
We probably want to prep her. Might just go for a different setting. We'll even call this, if it lets us, Hanged Man. I don't know, it might give us... Didn't it prevent us from using specific names before? I feel like Hanged Man might get flagged as something we're not allowed to say, despite it being the name of an enemy in the game that they created. Okay, we can do it. Alright, so we want electric resistance. So this, we might want to upgrade this. This is not particularly high. Okay. In fact, let's go do that right now. Oh, okay, I didn't save, but I didn't save that one module we put on. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Might also make sense to upgrade our weapon level if we're about to go into this fight, because it's probably going to be pretty difficult, and I'm not sure we're going to have enough damage to be contributing all that much. Oh, okay, well, to be fair, yes, we are not currently equipping anything, so if we are looking at just the things that we've equipped, then yes, there's a ways to go. Oh, I don't remember picking this up. Oh, no, maybe I do. This is Transcendent, so for Freyna, so it does apply to this character if we choose to use it. Putrid Venom skill conversion leaves behind a toxic footprint. Oh, this was, I think, the one that gives us the shield, or the damage reduction. After every step, we create damage over time, stuff on the ground, inflicting poison on enemies coming into contact with that area. I don't know. Not sure that's of that much interest to me, and it is very expensive capacity cost-wise. Oh, why are we only looking at that socket type? Okay, I want the electric antibody. That's what I'm looking for. There you are. So we want way more electric resistance. I think they recommended upward of 3,000, something like this. We do have some coming from one of our external components, but kind of assuming, you know, the more of this you have, the more damage reduction you will have. Now, this is exorbitantly expensive, but it's not like this is going to be the last time we fight an electric elemental enemy. That is the max level, so that's why it's so expensive. So I think this still has long-term value to us. Rather than searching new, let's search capacity cost or tier. I want this. So that gives us a key layer of defense against this guy. Probably HP is not a bad idea either. I mean, are we just going to go pure defenses here? We might. We might. Defense, in which case, at that point, it's maybe not critically important that we take Freyna, because we mostly took her for offensive reasons, since her element of damage on her skills is best for this guy. We could go shield for even more defenses, except we can't afford that. Okay. Alright. Can we get another one of this type? Fit in that slot? Probably is going to be an offensive module of some variety. Range, duration, range and shield might be best, given how we're going up against what is, one would assume, a very difficult boss. I have no idea how it works mechanically. Okay, and then let's just go all socket, or all types of modules, and just go down to 4 capacity costs, because that's all we have, and that's usually pretty weak at this point. I thought there was at least one that we kind of liked, though. This one. Seems like it's half decent. For a discount? Okay. So, maybe we do upgrade the level of the Thunder Cage just before going in here, if we still have enough resources to do that. Because this is, at least currently, our primary weapon. We have a level... Oh... Well, we might have crafted one more of those. Let's see. We have some stuff that is done now.
Humanity is very weak.
I think that was... no, that's not what we have here. We did just finish this, which means we do have room to craft something else now. But this is probably the highest priority. This is the thing that we'd need. It takes 10 minutes to craft it. And apparently something else just finished. So we do this. We cash you in. And then we could still do this in the other slot. And that takes 30 hours. Wow. Okay, in case you needed any more confirmation that this type of thing is a big deal, there you go. It's the longest craft time we've seen thus far. Okay, so I think we're going to have to settle with what we have, unless we were to upgrade a non-unique weapon to be our primary source of damage, which honestly, you could make a strong case for doing that at this point. But I think we'll just hop in, at least for this once, and again, we're probably going to be relying pretty heavily on our teammates to be doing most of the heavy lifting for us, offensively and also defensively. I have no idea what this boss's moves are like, so we might get annihilated. Consistently and repeatedly. Who knows? We'll find out. Okay, well, let's see at least the weak points. One in the eye, shoulder, and whatever you want to call that thing. More stuff there. And then the cannon that is coming out of its mouth? Something like that? I don't know. Alright, let's jump in. We did give ourselves some good defensive modules for sure, but there's good defensive stats, and then there's understanding the mechanics of the fight. It is a different type of arena, more like the first few arenas we went in. Okay, level 40, level 40, level 35 for the people in with us. We have a Glay, who is generally the best bossing character. What the heck? Is it gonna, like, eat that thing? Or something? What the heck? It looks cool. Also, extremely creepy. I will admit, some of the previous bosses, I was a little disappointed how they were, basically just different colors and different elements of previous bosses. Take, like, the Grave Walker and the Swamp Walker, for example. One does fire damage and is black, and the other one is does toxic damage and is green. But otherwise, mechanically, are very similar. Well, this guy looks very different. Okay, that looks like a dangerous attack. Fortunately, he's firing it in the opposite direction. I say that. Fortunately, our teammates seem to be doing decent damage here. We're already halfway through the health bar, more than that. I have to imagine that monolith, that structure, statue, whatever you want to call it, in the middle of the arena is going to be a factor at some point. But I don't yet know what it's going to do, and also we are out of rounds. Based on our primary weapon. Fortunately, we do have a secondary weapon that uses a different type of ammo. So we aren't completely stuck. We are willing to get closer. Potential of getting more ammo. Although, didn't really prove to be the case. Oh, you're in an immunity phase, and I don't know how we end your immunity phase. Those things? No. Don't shoot those. Are you healing? Is my other question. No. That's good. Have a little weak point sticking out. It's probably the cannon thing on its head. I feel like that is glowing and is generally the shape of the body parts you're supposed to shoot during other bosses' immunity phases. That, yes. Little glowing part, which is also happens to be where it's shooting from. Okay, I'm gonna deliberately not stand there just because all of the attacks are going there. So I'm gonna assume that one of you guys has it all taken care of. Okay, now granted, this is probably not the best time to be using our ultimate. If we do happen to hit you in the face, and we did survive that big blast, for what it's worth. We were at full health when we got hit. We got dropped down to no shields and half health after the fact. We did just get ammo for our primary weapon, Thunder Cage, so that is nice. Are you still immune? You are still immune. Confirmed. You are currently attacking us. We poked you ever so slightly, which I'm sure you will take personally. Oh, hello. Yeah, we do kind of want to face straight at you, though, because otherwise we can't really hit your weak point. Keep on turning to attack other people instead of us. The attack that we were surprisingly able to tank a little bit. Also, you just will not stop moving. Please stop squirming. I can't hit you in the weak point when you're squirming. It's very hard for me to hit you in the weak point when you're squirming. Will not stop moving. There, I got him like twice. Maybe. Is the immunity phase over? No, he's still immune. Is he still immune now? Now he's no longer immune. Thank goodness. I'll be honest. Just from a timing standpoint, we do have a time limit. We only have 6-ish minutes, slightly less than 6 minutes left. So, given how long it took us to get through that immunity phase, even if we didn't lose anyone, nobody died in the process, I am a little concerned we are going to run out of time. At least if he has another immunity phase. If not, then maybe we can pull it off. But we've seen in the past, oftentimes bosses will have one immunity phase at around half health, and another once they get close to going down. By half health. Well, by half health, apparently I mean this. Because he just went immune. I mean, outside of this phase, we've been fine. And even in this phase, we've taken huge chunks of damage occasionally, but we have lived. He is still focusing on us. Shoot this? It says immune. What that? I don't know what that does. Ow. It's basically a dragon that hangs from the ceiling instead of flying. I mean, when we're dead, we actually have a much better opportunity to just look at it. Not changed. 4 minutes left. It seems like if he's not actively attacking you, specifically you, then it is almost impossible to hit him at the weak point. So like right now he's staring at me, don't get me wrong. But it feels like I kind of have to let him stare at me to even have a chance of hitting him. You know what? That's not a great direction to go. I'm looking for more of the health things. There we go. Trust that you get them and not stand right next to where he is potentially going to attack. You are aiming at me, and yet I still was not able to hit your weak point. Now, we notably were at full shields, but not full health when we got hit that time, and that's why we did get one shot. Well, is it really one shot if you're not at full health? Still immune. Still don't know what that thing does. Yeah, because I mean, just look at that. This has been, you know, multiple minutes of this immunity phase. Hello. It's not like there's a set duration for it. It seems like it only ends once we deal enough damage to him. It's just so hard to actually hit him in this phase. So we can't really get him out of it. It's enough to do anything. You can see a little bit of the health bar there. There we go. Okay, he drops here. He is technically still immune for a little bit, unless you shoot him in the face, maybe. Now he's going to go unimmune after this. Can we get him with 2 minutes to spare now? I mean, when he's not immune, we're damaging him pretty quickly. So our DPS as a team actually seems pretty decent. It's just that immunity phase is so hard to get through, regardless of how much damage you have. Oh, I did hit it by that, and then I, oh god, annihilated by all of the attacks. And then the problem, no, you did not just go mute again, you did. Okay, we have no chance at this point. But it's like, it's not even a question. It is undoubtedly impossible, unless, hold on. Wait, we actually dealt a lot of damage to him there, and seemingly in the little life bar, but no, with 1 minute left, no way. Also, with all of our teammates down here, no way. Actually, okay, now that was our last death count. If someone goes down now, it's over, but I mean, with 37 seconds left and him still in an immunity phase, it's just not gonna happen anyway. He might also heal in this phase. You see that tiny little yellow health bar? I don't know how that didn't hit us. Tiny little yellow health bar we only see if we actually shoot him in the face, which is very difficult to do. I swear that was much lower before. If he doesn't take damage there for a while, then he might heal. And then that means, there it is, that health bar. If he does heal that, then that means, you know, that invulnerability phase is going to go on even longer. Let's see. I mean, technically, this is a round where I do kind of need to wrap up. Maybe we can go one more. It's not even like he has that much health. It's just that the hitbox is minuscule, and he moves so much that you can only hit that minuscule health box if he's looking at you. And that kind of feels like a lot of that comes down to luck. Or, you know, in some cases, yes, just understanding the boss fight. Okay, the fact that we have a level 40 person, great. Level 19 and a level 18, also the fact that I accidentally activated our ultimate before the boss fight started is maybe not ideal. When I just meant to activate our sprint instead. Still don't know what this does. I am kind of interested to see how much our damage compares to the previous group. But again, I don't think that's the main factor here. This might be more damage than we had last time. Despite having lower level people, they might have higher level weapons. Well, I guess the name of the enemy also makes sense given hanging from the ceiling. Cool, we are staggering him much more regularly as well, which is usually an indication of us dealing more damage. I did run out of ammo on our primary weapon. Still have ammo on the secondary. Honestly, this might be the weapon to use when he does go in the invulnerability phase, just because it's more accurate, especially at range. We'll find more ammo though. These guys. At least have a chance to come from those guys. Ow. There we go. Oh. Okay, it seems like if you come too close to that thing, it does some kind of pulse of energy that deals a big chunk of damage. I thought I saw this like circle of red that came out to hit us there. So maybe that's the purpose of that thing serves. So this is around where we had the first community phase last time. In fact, I think it's a little bit earlier than this thing, and right on cue. There it is. Okay, so I think we actually will switch to this other weapon that's more accurate. Please do stare at us. Nope. There you see it. Does mean he's gonna blast us like that. Now the question is, does that health bar on this little thing go up if he doesn't get hit for a while? Because if so, then that is absolutely devious, and I think that might be the case. So this is the test, is how quickly can we get through these phases, without question. Also, we're gonna die. Oh, we got through it. Okay, now, can we kill him quickly enough? I don't know what that is. Okay, so we want to dodge whatever the heck that was. Excuse me? Can I get an explanation for what that was and how we're supposed to avoid it? Because it was one of those things that tracks us no matter where we're going. Usually, that means you dodge right before it activates. I was spamming the dodge button, but it hit everyone simultaneously. I mean, usually it locks onto everyone simultaneously. But there was no way to dodge it. It wiped the entire party, and we immediately lost. So... what? It does seem like a good fight for snipers, for sure, and that's why we switched to that other weapon for that phase. It seemed like that was more effective. But that is a new mechanic there, that attack. I don't know what triggered it, how we're supposed to avoid it. Is it basically just a congratulations, you lose? I don't know what the deal was with that. So that is, well, as I said, I do kind of need to wrap up now, but I suppose that is our target, our next main enemy that we are looking to go after, and it's mostly a mechanical challenge. Mostly a mechanical challenge of just understanding how you are supposed to fight this guy. Where do you hit him and when? And whatever it was that activated that attack, I don't know if it's something that the players do, like if you attack the thing in the middle or do something to the thing in the middle. I feel like maybe that had something to do with it, in large part because, well, we didn't see that happen the first time we fought this guy at all, and the circle, or the little icon around us was red, and the thing in the middle is red, but the boss is blue/gray, so I don't know, man. I don't know. But it looks like it will be challenging one way or another. What's up, Big Country? Happens when it goes berserk. You need to take the cube before he goes berserk. As in the thing in the middle. Okay. Okay. So yeah, it feels like this one is gonna take either some more trial and error or looking up things like that, you know, like, okay, what is it that activates that? How do you prevent it from happening? And, you know, those types of things. Or what is the best way to hit him in that invulnerability phase so that it actually ends without chewing up 5 minutes of your timer each time? And if he goes into it twice, that means you are going to run out of time. So, I am curious, though. That is the boss fight. But are we allowed to activate hard mode, or do we need to finish that first? Change the difficulty by fast traveling to another outpost under... Okay, we'll just apply. Now we'll only be able to go into Kingston. Oh. Whoa! Okay, we are allowed to go into any of the areas and do any of the missions. The boss level, or the enemy level, jumps all the way up to 100, which looks really dramatic and seemed like a significant jump from what we had before. It's kind of strange that it's all exactly the same level, but highly recommended you go to hard mode and grind first. Okay, that may also be the case, because in the past it was the order of operations was you finish a zone, like, you know, Kingston. Once you do so, you have a new Colossus, the Gravewalker in that case. Only once you defeat that boss are you allowed to move on to the next section. You are not allowed to go, or I don't think you are allowed to go on to the next section without defeating that enemy at least one time. So I was kind of assuming that was going to be the flow this time as well. We completed Fortress, and so we have to defeat that boss before we can move on to hard mode. But apparently that is not the case, and probably a good thing at that, because then we can get some higher level stuff and become stronger, although, you know, also probably makes sense to do that fight a few more times to better learn the mechanics. Might also make some sense to look some of those things up. And the jump from the boss to that next zone, I mean, that next zone was 100, but the boss might have been 96? 95. Okay, so it is a 5-level jump. That is significant. You know, in the past, it might have been like a 2-level jump from boss to the next zone, but not quite that big. So, okay, we are done with the main game, or at least the normal difficulty campaign, but as we were saying before, there is the plot continues into hard mode, it seems. Of course, yet to confirm exactly how much that is the case. You know, are we talking to NPCs after every single mission, after every single zone, or is it only at the very end? Who knows? Who knows exactly how that stuff ties together at this point, but interesting to see that it isn't just a complete copy-paste with, you know, exactly the same plot or no plot progression at all. The game just completely ends as soon as you finish normal mode. So there are technically still several things that we have yet to do in that case, and for that reason we can have our sights set on those things in the near future.